first want to ask you in regards to Milton.
Pause for the facts. Susie here is shopping for a used car, but she doesn't know that nearly half of them have been
Too.
You're watching America's #1 streaming news. Live reporting, breaking new exclusives. Keep streaming with ABC News Live.
Reporting from the 2024 Summer Games in Paris, I'm Maggie Rulli. Wherever the story is, we'll take you there. You're streaming ABC News Live.
Welcome back. We do have some sad news today. Ethel Kennedy, the widow of Robert F. Kennedy, has died after suffering a stroke last week. Kennedy founded a human rights center in her husband's name and received the Medal of Freedom in 2014. Her grandson, former Congressman Joe Kennedy III, announced the news on social media. He says she was a devout Catholic and a daily communicant, and we are comforted in knowing she is reunited with the love of her life, our father, Robert F. Kennedy. Chief Washington correspondent Jonathan Karl has more on her life and legacy.
Ethel Kennedy's life was marked by a tireless dedication to service, resilience, and tragedy. She was part of America's most powerful political dynasty. Ethel forged a relentless path on her own as a human rights advocate, fighting against poverty with leaders like Coretta Scott King, and championing the work of those standing up for human rights around the world. She was born Ethel Skakel in 1928 in Chicago, Illinois, the daughter of a former railroad clerk who gained his fortune building his own company. As a student at Manhattanville College in New York, she shared a room with Gene Kennedy. Ethel was 17 years old when she met Gene's brother Robert on a skiing vacation.
He was standing in front of an open fireplace, and I just turned around. I walked in the door and turned and saw him. And I thought, whoa.
Ethel and Robert married in a lavish ceremony 5 years later. They eventually settled in a Washington, D.C. suburb and started a family, Ethel giving birth to their first of 11 children a year after they were married. She was intent on instilling a sense of service in her children from a young age.
When other mothers were taking their children to the playground, to make castles in the sandbox, to ride on the seesaw, to climb the jungle gym, my mother brought my brothers and I to the Senate Racket Committee hearings.
Her first foray into politics came when Gene brought her to Boston to work on her brother John F. Kennedy's 1946 House campaign. She loved the experience, and after she became a member of the family, she hosted events for John Kennedy's 1952 Senate race and his 1960 race for the White House. In 1961, she stepped further into the national spotlight when her husband Robert became the Attorney General in his brother's administration. But in 1963, life came to a devastating halt when President Kennedy was assassinated in Dallas, Texas. Robert Kennedy would eventually resign as Attorney General in 1964 to run for Senate from New York.
I just want to thank each and every one of you for making this such a happy night for Bobby.
4 years after his successful Senate bid, Robert ran for president on a platform of social justice.
Thank you very much.
They hit the campaign trail again, Ethel once again at his side as they racked up primary victories.
My wife Ethel, who's, as all of you know, has made such a major difference in this campaign, a major difference for me.
Creating throngs of supporters across the country. She was there at the Ambassador Hotel celebrating his primary win in California the night he was killed.
My thanks to all of you, and now on to Chicago and let's win an air.
Shot just moments after giving his victory speech. After his death, she retreated from the public eye to devote time to her family, her youngest child, Rory, born 6 months after her father's death. Ethel was a devout Catholic and looked to her faith in heartbreak, including the death of her parents in a plane crash in 1955 and her brother in another crash 11 years later. Then in 1984 came the loss of her son David from an overdose, and again in 1997 when her son Michael died in a skiing accident. She also outlived 2 of her grandchildren and a great-grandson. Ethel turned personal tragedy into action, dedicating her life to carrying on the work her husband started. She established the Robert F. Kennedy Center for Justice and Human Rights, a nonprofit promoting social activism and other causes championed by her late husband.
Ethel, the light of his life, who stood with him on countless platforms and around the nation and around the world.
And she continued to fight for human rights issues on her own, marching arm in arm with the United Farm Workers in 1970 and sitting in support of Cesar Chavez, advocating for the poor and disadvantaged, and standing with civil rights leaders. At the age of 86, she took part in the Ice Bucket Challenge with her family to raise money for ALS research and challenging then-President Obama to do the same.
President Obama, I nominate you.
She sought no accolades for her work, instead focusing on highlighting the accomplishments of others. President Obama honored Ethel Kennedy in 2014 with the Presidential Medal of Freedom for her lifetime commitment to service and justice.
She has touched the lives of countless people around the world with her generosity and her grace.
John Carl, thank you. Ethel Kennedy was 96 years old.
Wherever news breaks, it's so important.
But is it leading anywhere? There's so much content to make, so many channels to manage across so many campaigns.
Elizabeth Schulte. Our top story this hour, rescue and recovery operations are ongoing across the west coast of Central Florida after Hurricane Milton plowed through the state with Category 3 winds and life-threatening storm surge. The death toll is now up to 10, number that is expected to rise after Milton made landfall near Siesta Key, just south of Tampa, bringing along extreme winds, flash flooding, and at least 38 reported tornadoes. Reported storm surge of at least 5 to 6 feet is now inundating some of the most densely populated areas on the coast, including Fort Myers. More than 18 inches of rain also recorded in Pinellas County. Check out this video of Hillsborough County sheriffs rescuing a 14-year-old boy who was submerged by floodwaters and staying afloat by propping up on
LL Flooring bankruptcy.
an enormous piece of it. You can see they're lying across the road. Governor Ron DeSantis is urging residents to be mindful of ongoing threats as the cleanup continues.
Now, please remember, as you survey damage and you clean up, be cautious of any down power lines. They can be deadly. Do not touch them and stay away from any debris that may be tangled within the power lines. Be careful of standing water.
Terry Parker from my ABC station WPBF in West Palm Beach has been on the ground following the latest. Terry, what do you see there?
Elizabeth, we are in Avenue in Palm Beach Gardens where a tornado swept through yesterday afternoon, creating a lot of damage. Take a look. This Chevy just completely flipped upside down almost, dented, just pitted with the damage. The tree itself sheared off. This is just some of the damage that we've seen in this development. We're told about 100 homes were damaged when this twister came through. Look over here. Palm tree, that's nothing. The entire block wall crashed through. And then a pole that was supporting it, the man who lives back there in the orange shorts tells me this metal pole went flying through his window into the room where he and his wife were going to take shelter, but at the last minute, they went somewhere else. Windows are busted out everywhere. It's a big mess. And then if you look over here, people are already getting restoration on site because the roof tiles have been blown off. Plywood covering the windows. People are telling me that they actually have sand and rocks stuck in their interior walls when this twister came through. It was about 5 p.m. And then look up at this house where you can see that the roof peeled away. You can actually see the plywood holding the roof in place. Kind of amazing because this is new construction. It was built in the last few years out here in Western Palm Beach County, all built to Florida's stringent new building code, but even so, a twister like this with all of this force did so much damage. Luckily, we're told no injuries reported. I'm Terry Parker. Elizabeth, back to you.
Just remarkable, no injuries there. Terry Parker, thank you. Let's bring in WABC meteorologist Danny Beckstrom for the latest on Milton's path right now. Danny, what do we know?
Elizabeth, Milton is now post-tropical, but still with hurricane-force winds sustained at about 75 miles per hour. It should continue to weaken as it heads out to sea. So impacts will start to improve, but it's going to take a while for the floodwater to completely recede. So the reason so many flood warnings continue for 4 rivers in Florida, even as the actual rain is starting to pull away. Both the rain bands and the wind will start to back off as Milton pulls away from the Space Coast here, but it'll take until tonight to see tropical storm force winds relax, considering they extend about 310 miles away from the center of Milton. Things will continue to improve as we head into tonight, and by tomorrow, much calmer conditions expected for the peninsula, which means the cleanup can really begin. Category 5 to Category 3, that was the weakening we saw Milton undergo as it approached landfall. But as the wind speeds weakened, the wind field started to grow, which is why we saw such widespread impacts making landfall last night at about 8 p.m. That's Wednesday night near Siesta Key as a major Category 3 hurricane. We certainly saw the triple-digit wind gusts for St. Pete, for Sarasota. Those areas seeing quite a bit of damage because of wind, but also you have to check out the rainfall totals. St. Pete, 18.5 inches, and Tampa now seeing the wettest year on record with a foot of rain falling in about 12 hours yesterday. Tornadoes were another big factor to this. At least 126 tornado warnings, which made it Florida's most active day in terms of tornado warnings. We saw at least 38 confirmed tornadoes. The National Weather Service continues to head out and track those confirmations. This now makes 3 landfalling hurricanes for Florida this season. That ties for most. And this also makes it the third consecutive year that Florida has seen a major, which is a Category 3 or greater, landfall during the season. We saw 2 years ago Ida, last year Idalia, and now 2 major hurricanes making landfall in Florida in this year. Elizabeth?
Danny Beckstrom tracking this all day for us. Danny, thank you. And thank you for streaming with us. I'm Elizabeth Schulze. The news never stops. GMA 3 starts right now.
What you need to know right now on GMA 3.
Oh, there it was! Crazy!
Hurricane Milton lashing across Florida after making landfall in Siesta Key as a Category 3.
At least 19 confirmed tornadoes, more than 3 million without power. I'm on the ground in Orlando. We'll have full team coverage on the worst of the damage and what happens next.
Sean Diddy Combs fighting to be released from jail. What his team is now saying about why he can't get a fair trial. Plus, the Menendez brothers case, the double murder back in the spotlight. Could new alleged evidence set the brothers free? Better call Brian here with our deep dive into both high-profile cases.
Me retiro del tenis profesional.
The tennis legend, beloved around the world, putting down his racket. The announcement rocking fans.
Drop it like it's hot. Drop it like it's hot. Drop it like it's hot.
Shop it like it's hot with our Millie Almodovar, celebrating Hispanic American Heritage Month, highlighting top products from successful entrepreneurs.
You loved her living single. Erica Alexander is back in studio. Her trip down memory lane and why she's encouraging people to get out and vote.
The 2-1. Lindor touchdown center field. This one is back. He's gone. Grand slam. And Lindor puts the Mets on top.
New York swinging its way toward the World Series. The Mets send the Phillies home, and the Yankees get a crucial win on the road.
Now, from Times Square, DeMarco Morgan and Eva Pilgrim with What You Need to Know.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to What You Need to Know. It is good to have you with us. Let's go ahead and get straight to it. A long and terrible night for millions of residents in Florida. Search and rescue efforts now underway. Hurricane Milton making landfall at Siesta Key as a Category 3 with winds of 120 miles per hour. My co-anchor, Eva Pilgrim, is on the ground in Orlando with the very latest for us. Eva, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, DeMarco. This hurricane was huge when it made landfall, so big that it basically covered the peninsula that is the state of Florida. And you have to remember, it was a hurricane when it made landfall on the west coast of Florida. It was still a hurricane when it went off on the east coast of Florida. And the damage is widespread. It started before the hurricane even landed, with tornadoes popping up everywhere. And then the hurricane making landfall, the wind, the rain, the water that came. 3.2 million households do not have power right now in the state of Florida, and they are just now beginning to assess the damage. Victor Oquendo is in Sarasota, Florida, very close to where that hurricane made landfall. Victor?
Eva, we are right at the entrance to Siesta Key. Hurricane Milton making landfall just on the other side of that bridge there. And right now the sheriff's office here in Sarasota County, they're blocking any cars from entering. But what is happening, if you look over here to my right, you'll see residents, people eager to go check on their homes, and they're able to walk across that bridge. Now at this point, we have been out here all morning long, and we've heard the same thing from every single resident who's crossed back over. They've told us they feel lucky. It's not as bad as Helene. I had one person tell me it looks like it's in great shape, all things considered. So that is definitely some good news there. But we have not been able to cross that bridge ourselves just yet. We have checked in with the county. They have told us that they're doing their initial damage assessment. They have a tactical team doing that. But Eva, all things considered, especially with that storm surge that was projected that could have been twice that of Helene, from what we're hearing from residents, it sounds like Siesta Key, despite that being where Milton made landfall, seems like it's in good shape. Eva?
That is really reassuring news this afternoon, Victor. Let's check in now with Ginger Z in Fort Myers, Florida, with where Milton is headed next. Ginger?
Yeah, so Milton, the center of it, is out in the Atlantic. So Eva, we're standing here in Fort Myers. We had 5 to 6 feet of surge. We were grateful that it came in at low tide. You see the picture there? That's video from our hotel where the ocean is crashing over into the pool deck and into the pool. It filled that bottom level. And there was actually a shed at one point that got up to about doorknob level. So we definitely got a significant amount of surge, but we were so lucky that it happened at low tide. And a couple of things came together here. The Siesta Key, because they took the front eye wall, I'd like to see video and pictures out of Venice, Florida, because you see where just south of there, that's that dirty side, the right front quadrant where they have the most onshore flow with the most of those winds. Now, it was quite lopsided too because the biggest winds happened on the north side, Sarasota 102. 18.5 inches of rain in St. Pete. That verified on the forecast really well for the flash flooding. 101 mile per hour gust there. Tampa had a 97. And even Daytona Beach earlier this morning had an 87 mile per hour gust. I was explaining that onshore flow, which was what happened for us here, and also Charlotte Harbor, and then the offshore flow, which gives you anti-surge. It actually can pull water out of the bays around Tampa and push it out to the ocean. Now that center is way off, and we're going to just see for the rest of the afternoon the numbers come down. It'll be breezy at best by the time you go to sleep. That'll be a relief because a lot of people didn't sleep well last night. And I know everybody wants to say, okay, we got to be done for the season, right? Well, we're not quite done. We have 6 weeks left in hurricane season, and in October, the Gulf, especially Florida, can still be quite active. So we will be vigilant and watching. And I have to say, Eva, everybody keeps saying not as bad. They prepared so well. They evacuated so many people. This was one of the best evacuations and preparations I've ever seen, and I hope that helped us to keep people safe.
Yeah, definitely, Ginger. That is something that we saw here in Orlando. All of the hotels around us completely full. People who evacuated that west coast of Florida to get out of harm's way. DeMarco, the assessment of this damage is just beginning. It covers the state. So we'll have to see just what this recovery effort looks like on the other side.
DeMarco? Thank you very much. We appreciate it, and we'll check back in with you in just a moment. Dr. Darren with us now. You have friends there in that area who are doctors, so what do they tell you? So I'm communicating with emergency physicians, most notably Dr. Megan Martin. She's in St. Petersburg, and that's right in front of Tampa. Now, that suffered significant wind damage. Thankfully, they just missed the eye, but she recounted on her experience. She's lived through the hurricane before Hurricane Helene. Her community is still recovering from that. And she talks about how many of the injuries come from the debris that we see, the debris on the ground, the debris in the water. Right now,
All right, Andrew Kraft here now in the anchor chair. Thanks so much to my colleague Christina Evans, Andy Mack, and Mike Page for guiding you through the early morning hours as now Milton has made his way out. You heard there from meteorologists at Fox 35 Orlando. Milton now off into the Atlantic. You heard also from Florida Governor Ron DeSantis saying in one of his press conferences today that they avoided the worst case scenario. Good news on that front, though. There have been, of course, several fatalities reported in Milton's wake here. So we are expecting another press conference at the top of the next hour from St. Petersburg, Florida officials. We've also been hearing from the White House as well, from the Department of Homeland Security as well here. Let's take the opportunity to just go to commercial break, our first one of this hour. More coverage of Storm Milton when we come back.
Our unique American innovation ecosystem, especially IP, protects innovators,
feeds leading nowhere, campaigns failing to launch, and content calendars making your head spin? Stop the scroll and start launching campaigns that actually break through.
And that's why we use HubSpot.
Come down some, but it's still more than 3 million customers in Florida that are without power. Effectively all of Hardee and Highlands counties, 98 and 96% respectively. Those are interior counties right here in the Tampa Bay metro area. Manatee, Hillsborough, and Pinellas all still up over 70% of customers without power. You saw some of the scenes, you saw how intense the winds were and how widespread, and it's easy to understand why so many people would have had their power knocked out. Here's where we stand with Milton now. It's area of low pressure. It's no longer tropical. It's a post-tropical system. It's finding its way quickly out into the Atlantic, keeping it far enough south that we're not seeing any rain or anything like that up into the Carolinas, thank goodness. But along the immediate Atlantic coastline, we do still have some gusts 30 to 40 miles per hour. So these are still some fringe impacts, and it's the last of the influence that Milton will have on Florida's coastline. Now, that being said, it is still triggering a surge. These numbers are water rise above dry ground at what would be considered a normal high tide. So, yeah, if you consider more or less what it looks like at high tide, and then you add about a couple of feet Fernandina Beach, right onto the St. Johns River into Jacksonville, 2.5 feet of water rise. These are significant numbers, and it's why the National Hurricane Center still has the storm surge warnings up for those areas and into extreme southeastern parts of Georgia. As that storm moves a touch farther away, we'll likely see it through this evening, and the wind drops off in both intensity and it turns a little bit more parallel to the coastline, less of a push of water into the coast. You'll likely see those discontinued, but look at that. All the way down I-4, Tampa to Daytona, that big stripe, that is, in some areas, 12 to 18 inches of rain. Fox Weather is your Hurricane HQ. We're committed to our coverage all hurricane season. We've had crews all across the state of Florida helping to tell the story of Milton. I talked to the Fox Weather's very own Haley Meyer early this morning, where she got caught up in some of that storm surge out in Daytona Beach. Check this out.
I believe we've reached hurricane force wind gusts. Beyond that, though, I am not sure what the max wind gust is out of Daytona. The wind shift. We've been having to sort of angle our shot differently with the camera because of the wind.
That was at the time Atlas, Haley Meyer. We were live on Fox Weather. We saw when the Atlantic claimed that one. Haley's back with us now. Haley, still a little gusty. We can see some of the debris, some of the mess left behind.
Yeah, it's not only the wind gusts and some of the vegetative debris, a lot of this really small things. I'm talking bottle caps, receipts, small pieces of signage, fairly easy to clean up, but it's also starting to come down. I'd say a pretty moderate rain. We're not at light rain, maybe not heavy rain, but it's certainly coming down out here. I'm pretty wet at this point. When I first came out, there was a decent amount of people on this boardwalk. Everybody said, absolutely not, we are going back inside. I guess my crew member Sam and I are the only ones crazy enough to be out here to show you specifically the ocean. I mean, in the shot that I have with you, I'd say maybe about 30 minutes or so ago, we saw the sand for the first time in quite some time. And now, at this point, we are looking at the ocean waves rising once again, popping over the side of the coast here, looking even more foreboding than it once did. I'm telling you, Ian, when you think that this storm is done, it says absolutely not, we are not going. And it comes right back into you. At this point, I think we're gusting maybe 25 plus miles per hour, no longer under a tropical storm warning or a hurricane warning, but definitely still not a great condition here in Daytona. I think these wind gusts are enough to potentially slow down some lineman crews. that are out in this area right now. But overall, the cleanup efforts, they've been underway. They've been going out so far. Power has been continued to return to portions of Volusia County. One high water rescue was reported today. It's this outer eye wall here, the little last band that went through in the overnight hours. Arsar Solari was on earlier this morning. I was still up. I couldn't fall asleep because the wind was howling so bad. And he said this back push of the eye is a big one. And they had, I think, one of their strongest wind gusts from the system as a whole because of it. And I think we're sort of feeling those fringe impacts here in Daytona as well. Hopefully, we're on the tail end of things. We should still be gusting and high tide will still be a problem with coastal erosion, at least through Friday. But I'll tell you what, Ian, with the winds, you're right. I did blow through my hat budget. I might have to come back to New York and ask for a couple more. And big shout out to Ian Leonard's wife. I like to hear that me standing out in the rain was good to show people we don't want to be in something like this. We were in a safe spot yesterday, but it really showed me the power of just a Category 1. And keep in mind, that was the lowest threat that we...
Yes.
Give me the correct mailing address, please.
Okay. Yes. Okay.
I decided to partner with Hero to try and test their newest products.
Hero's Mighty Pack for tired eyes.
And bright eyes.
But a lot of people are still talking about this. Of course, we are on the precipice of the World Series. I don't believe the Rays are in it, but no doubt their home field quite damaged because of Hurricane Milton's winds and rains just last night. Obviously, the storm is out off into the Atlantic now on the other side of Florida. But so many Rays fans specifically, I mean, this is a hallmark, obviously, a designation, a landmark of the Tampa Bay area. And a lot of people were quite torn up about this as they saw the roof just in tatters, the fabric just completely shredded there because of the wind. We do have a statement. Let's put that up. This is from the Tampa Bay Rays. This is what they say. Saying during the past couple of weeks, our beloved city, region, and state have been impacted by hurricanes Helene and Milton. We're devastated by the damage incurred by so many. Our priority is supporting our community and our staff. We're fortunate and grateful that no one was hurt by the damage to our ballpark last night. Over the coming days and weeks, we expect to be able to assess the true condition of Tropicana Field. In the meantime, we're working with law enforcement to secure the building. We ask for your patience at this time, and we encourage those who can to donate to organizations in our community that are assisting those directly impacted by these storms. Back out live there to Tropicana Field as well. Remember, in the run-up to Milton, we showed you some images of the staging areas and temporary shelter that Tropicana Field became for some of these emergency line crews on hand to restore power once Milton passed, and some National Guard members as well. Remember, it's not just the Florida National Guard that has come in to assist with this storm recovery, but from so many states, several different states as well, and their National Guard's course. In the meantime here, let's take a quick commercial break. We do have more coverage on Hurricane Milton and its aftermath. When we come back, we're hearing from the White House, we're hearing from President Biden. And remember, at the top of the hour, we'll have yet another press conference live down there in Florida from St. Petersburg. We'll see you in 2 minutes. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Well, we want to let you listen in to President Biden. He made brief remarks on Hurricane Milton and Milton's aftermath here and what the full force of the federal government is doing to help some of these impacted local communities here. This is what President Biden had to say. This was about last hour.
Good afternoon. I'll be brief. Last night, Hurricane Milton made landfall, as we all know, on the west coast of Florida. Brought hurricane winds, heavy rains, including 10 to 20 inches of rain in the Tampa area overnight. Storm surge measurements are still being taken, but 38 tornadoes ripped through 13 counties. 4 deaths are reported thus far. It's too early to know the full account of the damage, though. But we know life-saving measures did make a difference. More than 80,000 people followed orders to safely shelter last night. And we've had search and rescue teams at the ready for any calls for help this morning. There's still very dangerous conditions in the state, and people should wait to be given an all clear by their leaders before they go out. We know from previous hurricanes that it's often the case that more lives are lost the days following the storm than actually during the storm itself. Vice President Harris and I have been in constant contact with the state and local officials. We're offering everything they need. I must have spoken to somewhere between 10 and 15 mayors and county executives and all the governors. And in fact, starting this morning, we are getting direct assessments from the storm and FEMA from Director Criswell as well. Also Florida Governor DeSantis, whom I had a chance to speak. And the Vice President and I have just convened a meeting this morning with the leaders of the Department of Homeland Security, Department of Defense, including NORTHCOM Commander, who has responsibility for providing defense support to civilian authorities. And that apparently is going very well as from the Coast Guard and from FEMA we've received reports. We focused on what the American military can do like no one else can, provide emergency support for communities in need, and we're required by the governor in the affected states. And I've spoken to all the governors, not today all of them, but I've spoken to all of them thus far, and how we can be ready to go in an instant when the call comes. At my direction, the Defense Secretary Austin has provided a range of capabilities both to Florida for Hurricane Milton, as well as the states impacted by Hurricane Helene. And the more capabilities are available, we assess the pressing needs, we can get whatever they need. To the servicemen and women who are on the ground responding to these disasters, thank you. Thank you for your professionalism, your dedication to every mission you're given, and you're repeating it again. This is a whole of government effort. It also includes the Department of Energy, Department of Transportation, Department of Health and Human Services, and the Department of Housing and Urban Development, which is providing mortgage relief for impacted homeowners. As directed, FEMA is going to open disaster recovery centers all across the impacted communities right away. So there's one stop the residents can go to learn about the support they might need, and they'll be advertised where those places are. 3 million people are without power, but more than 40 million power line workers have come from around the country, from Canada to Florida, to restore power across the state. In addition, the Federal Aviation has authorized Florida Power and Light to fly large drones before other manned aircraft can get up in the sky to quickly assess the damage on the ground so ground crews can restore power as quickly as possible. The Coast Guard and the Army Corps of Engineers are assessing how fast they can reopen the Port of Tampa to get fuel, food, water, and other basic goods flowing into the area again and quickly. Additionally, Vice President Harris and I said yesterday, and we'll say it again, to anyone who seeks to take advantage of our fellow Americans' desperation, whether you're a company engaging in price gouging or a citizen trying to scam your neighbors, we will go after you and we will hold you accountable. Now, not only that, our fellow Americans are putting their lives on the line to do this dangerous work and receive death penalties. Some received death penalties yesterday as a result of reckless, irresponsible, relentless disinformation and outright lies that continue to flow. Those who engage in such lies are undermining confidence in the rescue and recovery work that's opening and ongoing. As I speak, they're continuing. These lies are also harmful to those who most need help. Lives are on the line. People are in desperate situations. Have the decency to tell them the truth. So let me say this. To all the people impacted by Hurricane Helene and Hurricane Milton, despite the misinformation and lies, the truth is we're providing the resources needed to rescue, recover, and rebuild. Let me close with this. I know recovery and rebuilding projects can take a long and difficult time. But as long after the press and the cameras move on, I promise you have to pick up the pieces still. I want you to know we'll do everything in our power to help you put pieces back together and get all that you need. But God bless you, and may God bless our troops and our first responders who are in some cases risking their lives to help. Thank you very much. I'll be reporting again tomorrow. Thank you.
Mr. President, on FEMA funding, how much time does Congress have to act before FEMA or the SBA run out of money?
That's in discussion now, and I don't want to mislead you. I think in terms of the SBA, it's pretty right at the edge right now. And I think the Congress should be coming back and moving on the emergency needs immediately. And they're going to have to come back after the election as well, because this is going to be a long haul for total rebuilding. It's going to take several $1 billion. It's not going to be a matter of just a little bit. But we're providing now to make sure people have the emergency relief they need. The dollars just to be able to get a prescription filled, to get a baby formula done. All the things, that $750 that they're talking about, Mr. Trump and all those other people know it's a lie to suggest that's all they're going to get. That's bizarre. It's bizarre. They got to stop this. They're being so damn un-American with the way they're talking about this stuff. But there's going to be a need for significant amounts of money. We're already underway of trying to calculate what the cost will be because we don't want to mislead anybody. We want to make sure all the costs are able to be covered.
Have you spoken to Speaker Johnson about coming back before the election to vote?
No, I haven't.
Mr. President, so are you calling on Congress to come back early?
I think Congress should move as rapidly as they can, particularly on the most immediate need, which is small business.
But the Vice President said yesterday that FEMA has what it needs. There's enough resources. The Congress does not need to come back right away.
FEMA has its needs. That's different than SBA.
Okay, so it's SBA. They need to come back and do SBA.
Yeah, but they're going to need a lot more.
Mr. President, what did Prime Minister Netanyahu tell you about his plans relating to retaliation?
He's coming over to help with a storm.
Mr. President, have you spoken with former President Trump at all?
Are you kidding me? Mr. President Trump, former President Trump, get a life, man. Help these people.
Will you hold him accountable? You said you were going to hold those accountable.
Public will hold them accountable. You better than the press hold them accountable because you know the truth.
Do you plan to speak with former President Trump?
No.
All right, there you have it. Quite a scurrilous President Biden there. Very, very seemingly cantankerous about some of those questions asked by members of the press to him after these remarks on Hurricane Milton and Milton's recovery and what the federal government's role in that is going to be. President Biden calling on Congress to come back sometime before the election possibly to pass some type of supplemental funding package in order to make sure everyone has what they need in Milton and Helene's wake here. So he said, though, he hadn't called specifically and explicitly on Speaker of the House Mike Johnson to do just that here. And then, of course, telling former President Trump to get a life, man, and help these people. That's being talked about a lot, that comment by President Biden there. When a reporter asked whether or not he was going to call former President Trump to stop the disinformation, President Biden you heard him there. He is.
Pause for the facts. Susie here is shopping for a used car, but she doesn't know that nearly half of them have been in a
again for the second time in 2 weeks. So I'm sure it's a tiring situation, but people just have to hold on a little bit longer to the end of November for us to get through the rest of hurricane season. Ian?
Yeah, Brandy, this will be a good hurricane season to have in the rearview mirror, especially even with, I should say, that weird lull that happened in the middle, and then the activity just started roaring back to life. Have they said anything about the timeline, what they're expecting cleanup-wise, and when they can allow folks to get back into some of these places? With vehicles?
No, I haven't heard a timeline. You're right. Yeah, no, that is something we're going to have to find out from the officers to see, but they're making pretty good progress. If you see behind me, most of the road kind of looks like this. You can drive on it. It's just a matter of these trucks. If you can see further down, they have several of these large trucks still down there. So I think it's a matter of not wanting to impede on their progress right now, but they've gotten a lot of work done at this point. So I couldn't imagine it would take a lot longer for people to eventually be able to drive out here. But once they do, they also got to clear their own driveways. The first home that we went to a couple of hits ago, they had some posts at the front of their driveway. We could only see maybe that much of it, but the man said it was really 5 foot tall. So even the homeowners, they'll have to do a lot of work to clear their driveways to get their cars to be able to park them permanently once they are able to get into their homes and drive down this road. But we'll find that out for you guys as well.
Yeah, big cleanup just getting started right there. Fox Weather's Brandy Campbell, thank you. We're actually just taking a look. I was talking with Dylan right behind me here in Weather Command, and it sounds like that was just issued by the NHC?
Yep, technically the 5 o'clock advisory.
Okay, yeah, even though this is post-tropical, they've issued this advisory. That storm surge warning that we were telling you about, that was still in effect for the northeastern part of the state. That was allowed to expire. So that's the last of any of the tropical alerts now, right?
Yep, even the tropical storm warning's gone.
Got it. So there was the tropical storm warning that was still in effect, too. That is over with. So we could say goodbye to the tropical aspect of Milton, even though it was technically post-tropical. We were seeing tropical-like impacts happening on the northeastern part of the Atlantic coastline. This is what happened yesterday evening. Earlier than advertised, as we mentioned, that had a lot to do with that jog to the right, that hard turn east that Milton did make that took it into Siesta Key, right there, Sarasota County. Winds at 120 miles per hour. This was a Category 3 hurricane, which made it the second major in as many weeks, so 2 weeks separated between these two powerful storms. Dylan, who you saw right there in Weather Command, just made this graphic, and we had talked about where this storm could potentially initialize. The forecast models were kind of sniffing it out, and we were saying, oh, brother, is this going to be another one of these? The National Hurricane Center issues their first forecast track of this. That was back on October the 5th. We're at the 10th now, and this shows you. We were talking about wobbles yesterday, and there's some frustration. Is it north of the bay? Is it south of the bay? It was fine scale, unforecastable details that we were dealing with at that point. But when you kind of zoom back out and wholesale this thing, that was the first forecast that they issued on the 5th. You're kind of like, wow, when you consider that, yeah, the atmosphere is a fundamentally chaotic fluid, and you nail something like that to a 12-mile margin at a time scale of several days out. So again, hats off to our partners over there at the National Hurricane Center. That was a really good forecast. This is what Milton did, which was nothing good. Still more than 3 million customers without power. Hardy and Highlands up over 95%. That's how the power went out. Venice gusted up to 107 miles per hour. Egmont Channel out in the mouth of Tampa Bay, 105. The Skyway Pier, that's the fishing pier, southern side of the Skyway Bridge, 103. Sarasota and St. Pete, both up over 100 miles per hour. This was a powerful hurricane in Milton. We're still watching it, making its way out into the Atlantic. We've got continuing coverage of this hurricane and its aftermath. Keep it right here on Fox Weather.
If you're living with HIV, imagine being good to go without daily HIV pills.
My degree at
or the perception of young boys. So there are two main motions. There's what's called a writ of habeas corpus, a fancy legal term, just say that the body is here, they're bringing someone forward, and a resentencing motion. That writ is them arguing that there could have been a different outcome if this new evidence was presented either at the trial level or at sentencing. And the resentencing is making that second argument that if this information was there, particularly this new facts that they found about a letter that was signed by Eric 8 or 9 months prior to the actual killing, as well as a member of a boy band saying that he too was sexually assaulted by Jose Menendez, the father of the two men, that could have changed the trajectory of this case both at trial and at resentencing. And this motion, or these motions, are trying to make that argument.
So what are the options for the DA and what comes next?
So what comes next is that there's going to be a hearing at the end of November, and the DA is going to first just check out the authenticity. Is this letter actually real? Are these statements by this boy band member, is it actually correct? And if those are proven to be true, then the question becomes, how could this information have affected the trial if it was presented at that time?
What does it mean to have imperfect self-defense? Because we keep hearing this and it will arise in this trial.
Yeah, so imperfect self-defense is very specific to that of California, but you might hear it in other instances as well. It's easier to describe self-defense first. Self-defense is when I subjectively believe that I am in danger of physical harm, and I subjectively believe that I need to use imminent force to protect myself. And then the last part is you all, being the jurors or society, objectively believe I'm correct. When we talk about an imperfect self-defense, those first two parts might apply, that I subjectively believe I'm in danger and that I need to use force, but objectively you all say, that's not right. And that's an imperfect self-defense. For a perfect self-defense, I'm completely off on the charges. I commit murder, I did it in self-defense, I'm no longer charged with murder. For imperfect, if I do that, I'm still charged with murder, but I can go down for manslaughter rather than the charges going away altogether.
Fascinating. Thank you so much, of course, as always, for sharing your insights, Brian Buckmeyer. We appreciate you.
My pleasure. Thank you.
And when we come back, get ready to go shopping with us.
Beauty and lifestyle expert Millie Almodovar is here to shop it like it's hot in Hispanic Heritage Month style. Come on back, everybody. Hey, Millie! Hey!
The case against Sean Combs might as well just be called
touchdowns. Our hearts break for the Floridians who have lost so much. I was briefed earlier by FEMA Administrator Criswell, who was on the ground in Florida, as Karine noted, along with more than 1,000 FEMA personnel. There is significant water and wind damage across central Florida. As of this morning, over 3 million customers are without power. Structures have been severely damaged or collapsed, and tragically, we know that lives have been lost. We are praying for them and their loved ones. Right now, search and rescue is our highest priority, and we are also praying for those who are unaccounted for and for their safe return. It is very significant that many followed local guidance and evacuated ahead of landfall. We cannot minimize the impact of that. It is imperative that everyone continues to follow the direction of local officials. Milton may have passed, but the danger it poses has not. Downed power lines, flood waters, non-potable drinking water, and debris are creating deadly conditions. Keep listening to local officials and shelter in place until it is safe, if told to do so. Only use generators when and where it is safe to do so. People can find more tips on staying safe after a storm on the FEMA app or by visiting ready.gov. In the lead up to Milton, our administration made robust preparations for the storm. President Biden approved emergency declarations for the state of Florida and for the Seminole tribe of Florida days before the storm made landfall to provide full federal support for the response. We pre-positioned supplies, including food and water, 20 helicopters, 60 Department of Defense high water vehicles with ladders, 1,300 U.S. Coast Guard personnel, and 1,400 urban search and rescue team members across Florida in anticipation of the storm, and staged hundreds of ambulances to assist in the transport of hospitalized patients. Today, FEMA is joining the state to begin damage assessments to ensure Floridians have what they need. FEMA and our federal partners, including the Department of Defense and the United States Coast Guard, are already working closely to support the state of Florida in a comprehensive, coordinated response to the storm. To reiterate President Biden's message yesterday, every available resource is being deployed as fast as possible to impacted communities, and we will not leave until the work is done. The same is true for communities devastated.
It's bigger than all of them, wow. Right?
Milton knocked out
here. The county is closed, and there's a perfect example why. The Trop going topless.
Yeah, imagine that, right? I mean, I've
This is Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Tim Stenevec on Bloomberg Radio and Television.
All right, welcome back, everybody. You are listening and watching Bloomberg Business Week. We're live on Bloomberg Radio and YouTube and Bloomberg Originals. And of course, we have been for the last 4 hours here at Screen Time in Hollywood at Naya Studios, featuring some of the folks that have been up on the stage, folks that are here in the conversations. And it's all about, as we've been saying, content creation, where it's coming from, who's doing it, how is it getting out to fans and consumers of it. Some really great conversations. And I feel like several times we've talked about Snoop Dogg.
Yeah, the rapper, entrepreneur, pop culture icon. He kind of seems like he's everywhere.
I mean, the Olympics, the NFL, the new theme, or the theme song that they've had, I think, for the last couple of years, he's on it. Cooking shows with Martha Stewart. There's a documentary that's being produced about his youth football league. I mean, he really is truly everywhere, and he is a pop icon.
Well, he sat down for discussion on sports, new music, and what's next for his growing empire with Bloomberg's managing editor for media and entertainment, Lucas Shaw, last night here at Screen Time.
I did a jazz album that I haven't released yet. It's more or less like spoken word over jazz music. That was a genre that I've always wanted to go into. Quincy Jones hit me to Mr. Mumbles, Clark Terry, which was his teacher. And we had an opportunity to spend time with Mr. Terry, and we did a record together. And that was a genre that I always wanted to venture into because I felt like I had a jazz voice. I felt like my spirit was like one of those jazz musicians from back in the day. So I dibbled and dabbled into that.
So your role in a jazz album is just you're singing?
No, I'm spoken word.
Or spoken, sorry.
My voice, my conversation, my poetry, you know.
Terry, but we're getting
Not for a longer time than that.
Yeah.
Same with North Carolina. And when you look toward the southeast after Helene, I mean, some of those videos that we were looking at just 2 weeks ago.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. Nice to have another quiet forecast.
Even more so with the timeline here. And if you've been watching, we've been watching Milton so closely because of the immediate threat that it's presented. We haven't forgotten about the folks up here, as there are still many stories to tell.
And I think there's going to be stories in between the sunny days here that haven't been told yet. You know, when crews finally come over that bump in the road or that little mountain and go, oh, we've never seen anything like this before. So thankfully, sunshine, yes. Quiet weather, yes. Still a swath of destruction, yes.
I saw it in a very limited sense, nothing to this scale. Vermont, Irene, 2011, scary scenes. And again, that recovery is just getting started.
Each week, I'm kicking it with... All right, hold on. We got a little bit of vibe right now.
Oh, so happy to be out here.
Upon which...
You look just like mine. It works.
Trick or treat!
When
I flick this switch, it's gonna be a
You're streaming ABC News Live.
Hi everyone, I'm Kana Witt with our top story at this hour is Hurricane Milton, now a post-tropical storm back at sea after wreaking havoc across Florida. At least 10 people now reported dead. That number expected to rise. Today, President Biden warning about the dangers that remain.
There's still very dangerous conditions in the state, and people should wait to be given an all clear by their leaders before they go out. We know from previous hurricanes that it's often the case that more lives are lost the days following the storm than actually during the storm itself.
Milton bringing a life-threatening storm surge and flooding. Towns and cities inundated by floodwaters. Pinellas County recording more than 18 inches of rainfall. We also have a tornado to show you as well. Look at that, at least 38 reported across the state. We have some video showing the moment a tornado ripped through Palm Beach Gardens. That is the glass window just shattering on impact. The hurricane's damaging winds causing a massive crane as well in St. Petersburg to collapse onto a building. Teams actively working to remove the debris. The disaster leaving residents there shocked.
It was horrifying. I live on the 8th floor of the apartment building here next to the trop. The sounded like waves hitting our windows.
Well, looking at it, it's devastating. But the bottom line is, as long as there's no life loss, things can be replaceable, but life cannot.
ABC News' Jacqueline Lee has the latest for us from St. Petersburg, Florida. Jacqueline?
People across the state of Florida surveying the damage after a ferocious Hurricane Milton made landfall along the west coast.
The house vibrated when the gusts really picked up.
The storm coming ashore in Siesta Key near Sarasota late Thursday as a Category 3, packing powerful winds up to 120 miles an hour and several feet of storm surge, uprooting trees and power lines. More than 3 million customers now without power. In St. Petersburg, a large construction crane collapsing onto a street, damaging another building. Luckily, it had been evacuated and there were no reports of anyone hurt. Powerful winds causing the roof of Tropicana Field, home of the Tampa Bay Rays, to partially rip off.
This is bad. I've never seen for all 37 years being in Tampa.
I've never seen like this.
Rescue crews out all morning in boats, helping people escape their flooded homes and neighborhoods. At least 38 tornadoes reported before the storm made landfall.
You can see just the devastation around me. All of this, once the contents of a home, everything that was inside is now just in this field. We can see the dishwasher, we can see a microwave, chairs, clothes.
And at this home in Wellington, the front door now blocked by a car, lifted and dropped there by the wind. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis says the situation could have been worse.
And the storm surge, as initially reported, has not been as significant overall as what was observed for Hurricane Helene.
Officials say thousands of first responders and members of the National Guard have been deployed. And of course, utility crews are working around the clock to get the power back on.
Wow, and our thanks to you, Jacqueline Lee, for that report. Now, the federal government is assisting Milton's damage cleanup, racing to help local emergency officials. President Biden earlier today holding a meeting in the Situation Room with the Coast Guard and FEMA as well. Joining me now from Tallahassee, Florida, is senior FEMA official Willie Nunn. Willie, thank you for being here with us today and for all your efforts out there. And we know that earlier today, Governor DeSantis confirmed communication with the White House and FEMA as well, and he said that there are plans to expedite some federal assistance. What is the timeline there? What can people expect?
Thanks for having me. And the federal assistance, what we already have is that protective measure, and we continue to do life-saving, life-sustaining. And the state, working with the state, as the state requests those additional assistance, we'll be ready to act and then move with the additional assistance that we can give to the communities.
Let's talk about some of the outages that we know people there are experiencing. Top of mind, of course, is power. More than 3 million people, at least 3 million accounts in Florida without power. And we also know that linemen were pre-positioned ahead of this storm. But at today's press briefing, DHS Secretary Mayorkas said it's unclear right now how long it's really going to take for all of that power to be restored. Do you have a timeline there? And what is the priority?
Yes, ma'am. The priority are people, and people are affected by power. And that power, working with the state, I know the state have over 50,000 folks coming in, either through other states coming in, and we're standing by to assist with direct federal assistance to get that power back as soon as possible. The emergency declaration includes that, and we're working in hand, lockstep with the state to do that.
And just quickly, if we can, any word on the water main break in St. Petersburg and how that might be remedied?
Yes, we have the administrator, along with the governor, along with the FEMA federal coordinating officer, have been out in the field today. They've been sending updates back. Our teams are working together with the state. And so we're working on when that timeline will be. I don't have that update right now, but as soon as that it is, we will be getting back and making sure people get that notification.
And you probably know better than anyone, we still have
will be
the 1-2 punch, the second punch by Milton, unfortunately, and that's the situation we're in. And Ian, I will say this, when we left last night and we headed out of Bradenton and we made our way back to Tampa, I can't even explain what those visuals and sounds were as we were all driving in a convoy, the three of us, our team. We didn't see anyone else out there, and we were zigzagging through debris fields on I-75, and some even structures were blown onto I-75. We couldn't even believe what we were seeing. It's just not that common that you see a major interstate with that much debris from the wind field, and it was quite perilous. And by the time we got to Tampa, we realized that, well, it looks like Tampa may have been spared, and they were. We saw some flash flooding in areas. We tried to get to Tropicana Field in St. Pete last night at about 2 a.m. We had to turn around. We hit water that we just couldn't go any further. Turned around, came back into Tampa, saw a compromised structure and a partial building collapse. It was an older building, and we know what happened in St. Pete with Tropicana Field and the roof being blown off and then the crane falling, and so many things happening, and all the coverage from the Fox Weather teams on the ground from not only the Gulf Coast but the interior and then on the Atlantic side. A storm that will never be forgotten here in the state of Florida. and ongoing on the eastern side, those water rescues throughout the day. And that is a good thing that they're getting people out of harm's way. But overall, Milton will likely be retired for all of its nuances and unfortunate deaths that it has caused. Ian?
Yeah, Robert, that was just bringing me back. I remember that surreal feeling. I remember driving back to my house from the TV station in Irma, and it was exactly what you said. Nobody's on the road. There's debris everywhere. Very surreal. It kind of just a very unsettling experience. I wanted to ask you, and I know you're clearing out a moment and staying out of the way of the crews that are working to get the recovery started. Wanted to ask you about that differentiation that you were making, kind of the distinction between damage from the two different storms, because I had spoke with a gentleman from Sedgwick a couple of days back in advance of this, and he was saying, document all this because it's important. I wondered, to me, it's the house gets damaged or destroyed, the house is damaged or destroyed. From an insurance standpoint, it actually gets kind of complicated. Different storms, different...
With me from the storm, from Milton's system that came in. And, you know, I don't know, actually, you know, I guess you'd have to go with the EMS workers that are here on the ground. We interviewed one an hour ago, and you know, he was pointing out some of the new damage from Milton. And from an insurance standpoint, that's tricky, right? So, in fact, that's a question I'm gonna try to get an answer from him. I'll send him a text and see if they are going to hear from insurance agencies on that, because, yeah, it's unprecedented to have two storms within 14 days of each other, less than actually, that put a wallop on an area. And so, yeah, how do you mix that into policy? I don't know. Maybe you combine it.
Yeah.
But look at the Gulf of Mexico right here. I mean, it's such a good point that you make, Ian. And you know, it just looks so awesome out there, doesn't it? And it looks like it should. And yet the rocks are piled up, and the sand is not in places that it should be, and the asphalt is torn up like pieces of paper, and there's shells, and there's rocks, and there's downed trees. And, you know, this is clearly a barrier island that is going to be in for it for a long time. And that insurance question is fascinating. I'm glad you brought that up. I'm going to look into that for sure.
Yeah, Robert, especially when you consider that there wasn't a reasonable enough time for folks to be prepared for this next storm with only 2 weeks in between. It was the initial stages of the cleanup. So yeah, we will all dig into that a little bit more. And by the way, Robert, you already know you're my guy. So if there's any insurance car folks around, I don't know anything about anything. If they come asking the questions, but yeah, I mean, these are the hazards of the coverage that you provide for us. And again, it's the first time I got to talk with you today. A wonderful job to you and the team. I hope everybody got some rest, and thanks for the update with the better conditions now as this recovery gets started. Robert Ray, thank you. Yeah. That's the scene. I mean, you see the work of two major hurricanes that Robert was just showing us right there. That was a look out at Daytona Beach. This was a coast-to-coast thing down in Florida. Both sides of the peninsula with big impacts. We're going to keep covering this. We've got more coverage of Hurricane Milton as it finds its way out into the Atlantic when we come right back. of wind and surge happening on the northeastern coastline of Florida. So they had tropical storm warnings and they had storm surge warnings up. Those have been allowed to expire. So we are free of tropical alerts down in Florida again after enduring a second major hurricane in just 2 weeks' time. That being said, it's still gusty over on the Atlantic side, especially at the beaches. St. Augustine, 35 miles per hour. Cocoa Beach, the Air Force Station close by, that might actually be Cape Canaveral Air Force Station, 26 mile per hour gust. Daytona Beach to 32. With that push of water on shore, what's left of it, we've still seen some water rise above a normally dry ground at high tide. 2.5 feet. St. John's River there in Jacksonville, Fernandina Beach is up a little bit more than a foot. So yes, even though that we don't have any tropical alerts, still some lingering impacts of Milton over on the Atlantic coast. Let's go there. Fox Weather is your hurricane HQ. We're committed to our coverage through the entire hurricane season. We got crews all over Florida showing you Milton's impacts on these communities. Let's head over to the Atlantic side. There we go. We can see Fox Weather's Haley Meyer. Haley, we talked about how the tropical storm warnings, the storm surge warnings are down, but it's still a little dicey at times over on the East Coast.
Well, I think the West Coast is starting their full force cleanup efforts. The worst of the weather's gone. As you pointed out, the East Coast, we're still going through it. I mean, granted, we're not talking 80 mile per hour gusts that we were sitting at for the better part of 4 to 6 hours last night and into the early morning hours of today. 30 miles per hour is still enough to hinder the cleanup efforts that are still ongoing for this part of Florida. Here in Volusia County, we're still just shy of 200,000 customers without power, so 60% of this area without power. I think a lot of that is because the winds really haven't let up at all. I'm surrounded by a bunch of palm trees here. These are a little bit thicker than the ones that did collapse into the street on North Atlantic Avenue, where I was a little bit farther south yesterday when I was getting the storm surge and the sea foam pounding into my face. It's those thinner palm trees that were the most vulnerable in terms of the winds. Few power flashes as well. As far as debris where the hotel goes here specifically, it's been small, vegetative debris, but a little farther down the way here, we had big signs, bigger than myself. I mean, if I want to put it into perspective, from this tree trunk here to this palm tree trunk, and about maybe a little taller than myself, I was watching it spin around in circles for the better part of 30 minutes to maybe 45 minutes yesterday, and then eventually it collapsed behind me, and the winds even then were able to pick it up. You mentioned that it's a little dicey, especially out into the Atlantic right now. Where the winds are coming, still that onshore flow of the wind gust, and so coastal erosion is going to be a very key factor here for Daytona Beach, an area that's already pretty vulnerable to it. Now, just yesterday, Daytona was under a level 4 out of 4 risk for flash flooding because that northern edge of Milton was supposed to be so potent with the rain, and we definitely got a lot of rain here, Ian. We had over 9 inches, but not seeing the catastrophic and life-threatening flash flooding that Daytona was a part of. This was over a broader group stretching from Tampa, flanking the I-4 corridor, heading out towards the Daytona Beach area. But specifically on the eastern side of Florida, we had a double whammy, because on the west side, when you have a counterclockwise circulation coming in, the southern edge was significant in regards to the storm surge, the northern edge for the flash flooding, where we had that flash flood emergency out in Tampa. And then when you bring it up all the way across the coastline here, it becomes the opposite effect. The northern edge of the system becomes the onshore flow of wind, and that's also where the heaviest of the rain was. So we had both things here out in Daytona. Quite a few people, though, that were out and about gawking at the waves, even when the winds were gusting at about 50 to 60 miles per hour yesterday. Now things seem to be pretty eerily quiet. Folks just hunkering down, waiting for the last of the storm to be over. Everybody's ready to put this one in the books and begin full recovery mode here.
All right, let's go back over to the West Coast now to Manatee County. That's just east and off to It's just north of Sarasota. Right now, there are crews working to clean up the damage that Milton left behind. Manatee County Public Safety Director Jody Fisk joins us now on Fox Weather. Director, thanks for being here with us on Fox Weather. We know how challenging this has been. A 1-2 punch with these storms. How are your teams holding up? How are the residents holding up after another major hurricane moved on through?
So we're doing pretty well. We were very fortunate to not get that big storm surge that they were originally predicting of that 10 to 15 feet. That was incredibly scary for our residents. We ended up sheltering just over 11,000 residents last night among our shelters. Today we still have about 700.
A record surge in parts of your region. This one was a lot of heavy rain and some big time winds. Was that problematic in the sense that folks were really excited to miss out on the surge, maybe underestimating that there were some significant other hazards presented by this?
So Helene was a very large surge event. I think our surge actually topped out at about 8 feet for Helene. And so I think that having this storm come right on the heels of it and having this actually be the first landfall that we've seen in this county in 100 years, I'm incredibly proud of our residents. They took our warning seriously. We were met with no resistance with folks in our levels when we asked them to evacuate. And we just, really that 1-2 punch, it was both fortunate but unfortunate because that Helene was still fresh in everyone's memory. And frankly, we still had some folks that were still in recovery from Hurricane Debbie. So it's been a very active season for us over here in Manatee County.
Yeah, no question. And it really is a good point in the sense that there's nothing good about multiple storms, but folks had a storm of reference. They knew what they went through with Helene or Debbie, and they were saying, I'm getting out of here for this one. And that made the messaging maybe a little bit more effective, especially important for the barrier islands. We talked about how beat up those were from Helene just 2 weeks ago and just not equipped to handle another storm. How did the barrier islands and the beaches fare?
So our barrier islands do have a lot of significant wires down. The trees are down. We still had a lot of debris out there from Helene. Without that surge, though, we did not see the sand displacement that we had with Helene. We didn't see the significant generation of more debris for our residents to contend with. So I'm very pleased for that. Really, we are just ready. Our debris crews are ready to roll out first light tomorrow. Our FPL and Preco are such great partners. They've been in the county working tirelessly to try to get power back on. I think we're about 70% or so of the county without power right now. So really, it's just we are being as aggressive as we possibly can to get this recovery effort underway so that our residents can get back to their homes and start getting back to a somewhat normal routine after this double hit.
Right. So many different teams for different reasons putting in long hours, hard work to get Florida back on its feet, including right there in Manatee County where, that storm came roaring ashore. That's the Manatee County Public Safety Director, Jody Fisk. Thanks for talking with us on Fox Weather, and we wish you a quick recovery from all of these storms that have impacted this season.
Thank you so much.
Another aspect of this, it was early and often yesterday, an extreme number of tornadoes produced by this and tornado warnings issued by the National Weather Service. It was a tornado outbreak. The state set its record for the most tornado warnings issued in a single day, and two of the offices set their record, both the Tampa Bay office out of Ruskin and down in South Florida, Miami. Look at the coverage of these, and these were fairly displaced from that center of circulation. That's not uncommon in the outer bands to have some extra spin to help generate tornadoes. But there were other factors in play here with some of the drier air that was starting to wrap in, the energy from the upper level jet, which was spreading out this overall wind field. But this triggered some terrible tornadoes. We know some of the loss of life from Milton was related to these tornadoes that were spawned. And I believe the damage assessments were being done. We'll probably work on the graphic, but I saw Fox Weather's Greg Diamond retweeting the Weather Service. I believe one of these, we'll work to confirm it, was up to EF3 intensity. That's rare in a landfalling tropical system. Typically, you get a lot of EF0s, EF1s, maybe a water spout that moves on shore as a weak tornado. These were not that. These were straight up supercell tornadoes, something like you would see in Tornado Alley, either in the springtime severe weather season, later on and back into the plains. These were scary, and we saw a bunch of them on traffic cameras. A lot of folks saw these developing. Big stovepipe tornado, one of them. We had a wedge tornado that was spawned. Not something typical that you would see. And there you go. This is for the National Weather Service office out of Tampa. It's in Ruskin, Florida, on the east side of the bay. October the 9th, 2024, 29 tornado warnings issued. That's the most on record. Look at that. That was the scene in Lee County yesterday as some of the worst of Milton roared ashore. This happened earlier in the day, and this was early and often, unfortunately. This storm, a prolific tornado maker, that was another one of them. And these weren't brief spin-ups. These were powerful, damaging, and sadly tonight that's surrounded immediately adjacent on all sides by frost advisories for a good portion of the Delaware Valley up into the Catskills, over to the Finger Lakes too. And other than that, we still have some air quality alerts back across the western part of the country.
Today's weather warning update is sponsored by Realtor.com. Get the Realtor.com app to see the environmental risks on every home.
This is a Fox Weather Alert. Welcome back. Thank you for being here with us at the bottom of the hour on Fox Weather. I'm Ian Oliver. This is Fox Weather Now. Right now, we're saying goodbye to Milton, finally. This thing's racing off the East Coast, out into the open waters of the Atlantic, and what it leaves behind, still this number coming down slowly as expected. This was a big job. 3 million customers remain without power in Florida. 95% of Highlands County. Hardee County, you're down significantly. So we're down about 100K customers from last time we checked in. A decent number of those likely came from Hardee County, as that percentage has dropped considerably. We know that this was a storm that brought with it a little bit of everything, not the max surge or the worst case surge that we feared, but several triple-digit wind gusts, 100-plus mile-per-hour winds in places like St. Pete and down to Venice. Numerous cities that led to those power outages. Very heavy rain, too, that led to the necessity of high water rescues from freshwater this go-around, as opposed to saltwater with the surge from Helene. Fox Weather correspondent Robert Ray is in Bradenton Beach, Florida, and he experienced last night on both Fox Weather and Fox News some of the absolute worst of Milton. And Robert, clearly, this is the aftermath.
It sure is, Ian. And on Bradenton Beach, you look at some of the structures toppled over here, and the foundation of a boardwalk compromised, sand pushed in all over the place. And we've been showing you these structures and some of the debris fields, not only from Helene, but from some of the surge that came in here from Milton, 3 to 4 feet here. And I want... and that's where the roof got cut off. And I'm going to get out and show you that pop that you heard is the fact that this door got whipped open during the hurricane winds last night. Just not good. But anyway, here's my point in showing you this. Be careful here as I'm walking. First of all, there's Tropicana Field. On the other side and on top, you'll see the roof as I was driving in. Look at that visual. It's amazing. And then this is what I really want to show you here. Here is part of the roof, this material that was ripped off of the Tropicana Field last night. And you see there is a worker in the distance trying to, it looks like, remove it here. Pretty amazing that happened. In there were cots ready for first responders and utility workers. They didn't need it, thankfully, and there was no one in there to get injured, and that is just the best news imaginable, certainly, for sure. As you see, and I just toured St. Pete, that crane collapse, that's all cordoned off. Fire department and officials have that blocked off so no one can get in. Probably smart. It's not structurally good. It's compromised, and they're trying to keep everybody out. But down trees in St. Pete, nonetheless, we are touring this area today and trying to get a feel for exactly what has happened here in the aftermath of Milton. As I leave you with this, more of the debris from the roof here on Tropicana Field. Hi, sir. And there it is, the stadium where the Rays play. Quite the scene here in St. Pete. And Ian and everyone, that is the only way to bring what has occurred, is to be on the ground and give that ground truth. Document everything that you see. And we'll do that right now. Jared, take a look at this structure and let's just walk down to the waters. I want everyone to see not only the beauty, but the fury of not only Helene, but Milton that has come in the past 2 weeks. Meanwhile, over 3 million customers in Florida are out of power. Many that evacuated separated from those mandatory zones are still in hotels or even shelters, because some of the areas you're just not allowed back into because of these situations. Emergency officials are still combing through the wreckage and the debris in many of the regions, not only here on the Gulf Coast, but the interior, like Orlando, and then also on the Atlantic. And I just want to walk you down, and Jared, be careful as you come down this broken piece of concrete pier. And let's just give them a final moment here of peace, which is what I think everyone here needs in Florida. And the past few weeks, and frankly, the past 2 months of hurricane season have not been easy on anyone here in the Gulf Coast, from Louisiana to Mississippi to Alabama to Florida. And this is what it's supposed to look like. This is why people live in these areas. Look at the Gulf of Mexico as the sun is beginning to come down. And yet people have lost their lives in so many places, including up in North Carolina. But tonight, if you have a moment of Zen and you can breathe out like we're going to right now, this is what we leave you with, Ian, in the midst of a disaster. Back to you.
Hey, Robert, I was just still thinking about the clip that you showed us. I've been to the Trop a million times to watch baseball games, sitting under that roof, and I've driven down that stretch of 275 to go where you are, the beaches, 1,000 times too. Never thought I would see both of those things in the same place. So that was a wild visual that you showed us. But as you're panning around here, what jumps out, and I'm not sure on that particular part of Bradenton Beach, but it's exactly what I saw on Pass-a-Grille and on St. Pete Beach. This place has been flattened out. The dunes are entirely gone. You saw some of the rocks, a little bit of breakwater, but that's the first line of defense to something like a surge.
It is. It sure is. And, you know, you just look at the seagrass that has come in. It's almost embedded into this white sand. And yes, look at the rocks, and look at the, you know, the wood pylons that they've put into place that, you know, are cut from the water coming in, and, you know, the lifeguard tower that is on its side and gone. And, you know, if you look down into these neighborhoods and the streets, the piles of people's inside of their homes. And to your point, this is what is supposed to help in stopping the water come in. It's just all torn up right now. And yet the beauty of the Gulf of Mexico tonight, amid the hell and the destruction in the past couple weeks and frankly the past couple months. Ian?
Yeah, there will be a lot of beach replenishment, dune replenishment, and we hope a long while before any of those areas see anything like this again. Robert Ray, thank you. Let's look back at Milton by the numbers, and not too far at all from where Robert was standing, just a touch farther off to the south, down onto Siesta Key. That's where the landfall occurred, 8:30 p.m. yesterday evening. It was really a couple. Forecast models became very adamant about it. This was October the 5th. So what was that, Saturday, Dylan? Yeah, the very first forecast issued by the National Hurricane Center, an 11 a.m. update. This was the first forecast cone that they issued. Keep in mind, this was a brand new storm, and new, either underdeveloped, recently developed storms, those are always prone to more forecast error. Well, not this go around. This was a remarkably good forecast. That black line represents the center of the first cone that was issued by the National Hurricane Center. A 12-mile difference. That's it with the official track of the storm. So that tells us something about the science. And I know there was frustration yesterday with some of these unforecastable elements. These are intense storms, and they don't move in a straight line. You could see that with the official track. These were the wobbles. This made a turn to the right. We said, oh boy, this is cutting in. Then it turned back north. Concern in this time period here that Tampa and St. Pete were back in the mix in the Bay, and then it turned back to the right. That's how strong storms move. They wobble, and each one of those wobbles has a huge impact on where this finally moves ashore, its landfall location. So those wobbles, the scale of that is too fine. It's not forecastable, which is why we were in nowcast mode throughout the day yesterday, staring at this, getting the latest information from the National Hurricane Center and bringing it to you right here on Fox Weather and for several hours on Fox News Channel last night. Here's where we stand right now. These numbers are coming down. It's going to be a big job, though, moving forward here. 3 million customers right now remain without power. Still 94% of Highlands County. That's where Sebring, Florida is. Manatee, where we checked in with Robert, more than 70% of customers still without power. That's how they got there. These intense and damaging wind gusts. Venice up to 107. Egmont Channel right at the mouth of Tampa Bay, 105. The Skyway Fishing Pier, 103. And Sarasota and St. Pete, both over 100-mile-per-hour wind gusts. St. Pete, more than 1.5 feet of rain recorded, almost 19 inches. Largo, Florida, 16.87. Over on the other side, Ormond Beach, more than 16 inches of rain. So it was that big swath, that corridor, right along and north of I-4, where we saw these giant rain totals, and those were problematic too. And to get the day started, it was this, all of these tornadoes, of which there were many, a record amount of those across the area. And that is the footage of Tropicana Field, the home of the Tampa Bay Rays, the damage that was done to the roof there. Robert Ray showed you some of that fabric on the roof on 275, the highway, which takes you down south through Pinellas County. We'll have more on the scope of the damage across the Tampa Bay area. And one more thing to mention before we let you go here. We do want to say goodbye and thank you to the senior producer of this broadcast, Bob Bicknell. Bob is a wonderful guy and a brilliant television producer. I got to say, he's a big part of the success of what this place has become. He's been here since the beginning of Fox Weather, all 3 years, and he's been so much a part of the growth. Probably the reason this show, Fox Weather Now, is still on the air. I always say he's the one that keeps this thing on the track. So, Bob, just know that you're appreciated and you'll be missed. Fox Weather will be right back.
folks definitely frustrated with what's going on.
I don't know how to gauge how strong of a tornado is, but I can tell you this. It's lifted vehicles up and flipped them upside down. It's lifted the modular homes off of their foundation. And, I mean, they don't even look like homes anymore. They're mangled.
One side of the church, the roof is still on. The other side, it's completely missing. And as I'm speaking, we have more emergency alerts sounding on our phones.
All this happened like instantaneous. Probably 1 minute total. Probably less.
Welcome back to Fox Weather as we continue to cover Milton and its aftermath. We'll have continuing coverage for you through the evening. There it goes. Thankfully, the impacts aren't done. The recovery is just getting started. But Milton proper, what's left of it now is a post-tropical system, is heading out to the open waters of the Atlantic. So we can put this one in the history books in the rearview mirror once these winds back off over on the east side of Florida. Still at the beaches, gusting over 30 miles per hour, 32 in Daytona Beach, 35 miles per hour in St. Augustine. And with that, there's still a little bit of water rise. In fact, South Bank Riverwalk there in Jacksonville, that has come up just 1/10 of a foot, so a little bit more than an inch. But that water has still come up some as some of the Atlantic gets pushed into the St. Johns River. Keep in mind that flows north, and an onshore push of water prevents that flow from happening, so the water can start rising fairly quickly. We do have some rivers across the board here, moderate and major flood stage, and that is always the lingering aspect of a tropical system, where we did see that 12 to 18 inches of fresh water, of rain, that fell on the peninsula, all of which has to percolate its way out slowly down in Florida with the terrain. But yeah, it does lead to some of that river flooding. This has been the big thing, and for Florida, this will represent the priority in the short term. We're not even, we're not even 24 hours beyond landfall, and we had to wait for the winds to come down so it was safe for these crews to get out there. All the while, some of these spots are hard to get to right now with the damage and some of the infrastructure, trees down, blocking roads. It's 3 million customers without power in Florida. 94% of Highlands County, which is in the southeastern part of Tampa Bay right there, which was included in one of the many tornado warnings. 126 tornado warnings issued yesterday because of Milton. That was the most in a single day that the National Weather Service has ever had to issue in the state of Florida. So that was one aspect of how Milton will be remembered. This was a powerful storm with wind and rain, some surge, and a lot of tornadoes spawned. We always talk about Fox Weather. It's more than just the folks you see here in the studio every day. It's our whole team of correspondents, and it's our big team of Fox television stations. We're happy to welcome back an important member of our Fox Weather family into studio today. It's Fox 9 Chief Meteorologist Ian Leonard from Minneapolis. Ian, great to have you back. I know you've been watching all this from afar. You got big ties down in Florida. 2 storms in 2 weeks.
Exhausting, right? It's chaos, catastrophe, rinse and repeat. And by the way, it goes without saying, the people here, the coverage, compelling, life-saving, incredible. You saw Haley right there. Just to let you know, she's not my wife's favorite.
Well, that's high praise. I wonder if Haley, that's the better of the two Leonards by a huge margin. She's also burning through our hat budget, I think, over in Daytona. But this particular storm was everything that Helene wasn't. I mean, we saw this record surge in Tampa Bay from Helene. We know it was so devastating farther off to the north up at the Appalachians. This one just cut right across the peninsula. Big wind, big rain.
Perpendicular landfall makes all the difference. Glancing blow from
Hillsborough County, Florida. That's where Tampa is. They're a sight far too common for many communities after Milton. Downed trees and flooding have made it nearly impossible to travel in spots. Joining us now is Danny Alvarez. He's the Public Information Officer for Hillsborough County Fire Rescue. Thank you for being here with us on Fox Weather. We were just talking about it. You had a record surge from Helene, and then here comes Milton with nearly a foot of rain, 100-mile-per-hour wind gusts. How's the fire department holding up? How's your community holding up?
Thank you for having me. Yeah, the fire department, we're still here working hard, making sure our community is taken care of. That's our top priority, obviously. And we're still actively doing water rescues in the western part of our county. And, you know, the community, I think, also held up pretty well. Most of the people in the low-lying areas that we were anticipating a lot of impact, they did evacuate, so we're grateful for that. Pretty soon they should be making their way back home. But, you know, overall, I think much better than what we anticipated.
You know, my daughter is a student, a sophomore at the University of Tampa. Thankfully, we evacuated her. I'm really big on trying to figure out things, obviously, as a meteorologist. Found a spot for her apartment that's about 33 feet above sea level. But, you know, you never know if that's enough. What's amazing, and I find this incredible, that the city of Tampa has an app in place right now that shows what parts of the city are actually open and what parts are literally closed. And I think it's important to note, and probably a great question for you, you just have to be patient after such a big storm, correct?
That's right. That's right. We are asking the citizens of our community, please be patient with us. We're working hand in hand with community leaders, as well as our electric company, TECO, making sure it's safe for the citizens to return back to their homes. We still see a ton of down power lines, and this is a message for the community. Obviously, please, if you're inside your home, just stay there until we clear the scene. If you are still waiting to come back home, allow us to do our jobs. Make sure there's no accidents, no tragedies for you and your family. Let us do our job before you come back.
Yeah, and you're clearly having success with the tool that you mentioned. My buddy sent me a screenshot earlier. He lives in South Tampa. He was waiting for his neighborhood to open back up, so people are using it, no question. You mentioned some of the water rescues. I wanted to ask you about those numbers because it felt like with Helene 2 weeks ago, some folks went through an experience they didn't want to go through again. So they got out of the way this time and evacuated. Were those numbers down as more people heeded the message to get out of the way of this thing?
So surprisingly, our water rescue numbers are way up compared to Helene. Helene did drop 5 to 9 feet of storm surge on us, and we had over 500 rescues during that time. Currently, with Hurricane Milton, we're up to 725 water rescues.
Wow!
And it's an incredible effort that we're undertaking. Obviously, we love our community and we'll do whatever it takes to get to them. We purchased 4 amphibious vehicles prior to Hurricane Milton coming, which is a tremendous asset for us. We have 8 boat teams. We have 12 tactical search and rescue teams. So it's all hands on deck still, and making sure everyone gets out safely.
It's incredible because when you said your water rescue numbers were up, Ian and I both looked at each other.
I'm surprised by that.
Absolutely surprised because the warnings were so harsh this time.
Yeah, but it's exhausting work. It's life-saving work that you guys do, so we thank you for it. Some challenges ahead still as the area works to recover from this. Danny Alvarez, the PIO for Hillsborough County Fire Rescue. Thanks for talking with us on Fox Weather.
Yes, sir. Thank you, guys.
It's going to be a long weekend for a lot of folks. I mean, the cleanup had just gotten started from Helene. Truly, there's piles of debris everywhere.
Piles. I mean, housefuls of everything from that house sitting on the curb, and all of a sudden, here comes Milton.
Yeah, my buddy sawzalled the drywall in his home. He had maybe 4 or 5 inches of water from Helene, and there was no time to complete that recovery. What they needed is an extended stretch of some drier weather.
And they're going to get it. Which is nice. I mean, you talked about this earlier, how after the storm you get the sunshine, but we don't want to forget about Helene, and the recovery efforts here in parts of the southeast. The one great thing to see is the icons.
Yes.
Sunshine everywhere.
Thank goodness.
Got some calmness in the forecast.
Yeah, and really comfortable temperatures. It was that front. It helped guide Milton right out into the Atlantic. It's been south of the Appalachians, and it's provided an extended stretch of good weather to get that recovery started.
Great news. Great
Ian Leonard, great to have you with us. That's going to do it for this hour of Fox Weather Now. Stick with us for
And we're talking about monstrous Milton that left its mark on Florida. It made landfall in Siesta Key last night as a major hurricane. That's Category 3 with 120-mile-per-hour winds. Those winds were destructive. It also had torrential rain and dangerous storm surge all up and down the Gulf Coast. Welcome inside Fox Weather Live. I'm meteorologist Steve Bender, and we are here at Siesta Key right now, where it made its landfall last night. We're talking about that damage that ensues. We'll bring you those stories. People actually were here riding out that storm as the major hurricane pushed in. You'll notice behind me, though, sadly, a charred building. There's actually 3 of them in total. This happened around midnight last night. So what ends up happening on the backside of this system, remember, it made landfall at 8:30. The backside of this thing actually had very strong wind gusts. Some of the top wind gusts out of this event came after that eye wall pushed through. Well, sadly, there was a fire that started. We looked at the wind. expanding that, and it hit nearby structures. As I mentioned, 3 of them in total. That does include the clubhouse. We'll talk more about this area of Beach Haven on Siesta Key and what residents are going to do. But here's what we know as of right now. Hurricane Milton, by the numbers. Sadly, 10 deaths throughout this event. St. Lucie County getting hit hard with those tornadic conditions. Millions are still without power. Milton's spawning that rare tornadic outbreak. We'll have more on that. And water rescues are still underway across Florida. If you were just watching us here on Fox Weather Now, Ian Oliver, Ian Leonard, they were both talking to Hillsborough County. 700 or more water rescues. So I don't care what you hear about this system. If you thought maybe it underperformed because it was storm surge, no, that was not the case. We're going to bring you the sights and the sounds of Milton and its fury. Not far from us, you got Madeira Beach. That's where we had Fox storm specialist Mike Seidel last night. And you'll notice he took this video. This was after the storm pushed through. This storm took a beating from Helene, or I should say this area. And then it survived that, and you see that it got all the way through and then caught fire, sadly, through the night. Now we take it over to St. Petersburg. This has been going viral. Everybody looking at Tropicana Field, home of the Tampa Bay Rays. Now they had a bunch of crews in there. Thankfully, that was ahead of this. They were all out of this area. But you'll notice in the outfield, what's that on the ground? Well, that was about 10,000 cots. So people that were going to be displayed. The damage on the other side. My brother and my sister-in-law live there. They have 5 kids, my nieces and nephews. They are all okay. When we looked around the neighborhood, though, sadly, not everybody was okay. There was multiple injuries. You look at some of the neighbors that I grew up next to, their roof was completely ripped off. And in the next neighborhood over, Binks Forest, we had people that were in their car thrown into their home. And sadly, they did not make it. So this was a violent and terrifying event all across Florida. You can hear the wind whipping, the constant spray of that rain. It's that intensity of the rain, right? When we classify it as torrential, that tropical in nature, that leads to dangerous conditions and flooding. I want to bring in Fox Weather correspondent Brandon Campbell. She's in Bonita Springs, Florida. And you know, talk to us, Brandon. I mean, yesterday was chaotic for you. You're talking about tornadoes, storm surge. What have you seen now throughout the day there in Bonita?
Yeah, Steve, we've had all kind of impacts here in this region, but I think the overall thing that we are noticing from residents that we've spoken to is they're happy that the impacts weren't as bad as they thought it could have been. But what you can see behind me is a road that is covered with sand, but also surrounded with it on both sides as crews here have been working to clear this road. So down the street, you can see some residents on bikes. We've had a lot of people walking to go back and forth to their property. Even some of the contractors or folks that have been hired to just clean up, they've been having to walk to go and do that work while our city officials go ahead and try to officially make it possible for people to get through as normal. But I want to introduce you to some of the folks that we just met, Kia and Jim. They have a property here. Now, you guys told me you haven't been able to move back here since Hurricane Ian. You're
Correct.
Still having to start that rebuild process, but you came back to check on some property of your elderly neighbors. Tell me about that.
So they're all about 87 years old, and they all live around us in the neighborhood, and we made sure that they got off island first, and then we opened up all their garage doors so that the garage doors weren't ruined, and then we had to come back to secure it for them and let them know what's happening because they can't get on island.
Yeah, well, that's really sweet of you guys looking out for your neighbors, even though you don't physically live here right now. What are your thoughts, though, coming back here and seeing the condition that things are in at this point after the Hurricane Milton?
It's definitely different than Ian. So it's a lot of sand. which is easier to clean up. There's still some mud and some, areas that are a little bit slippery and dangerous. But they're working right now to clean it up, and they're doing a great job.
We had with Helene, we had probably about 18 inches of water or so in the garages that we were helping watch.
Yeah.
And with this storm here, it was closer to 3.5 feet.
Wow.
So significantly more water on this storm, but a lot less debris and garbage on the road for me and Ian. This was completely a mess.
Yeah. Thankfully, that's not what we're seeing right here.
It's a lot better.
Yeah. Now, you guys, personally, you live in North Fort Myers, and yesterday, and Steve mentioned it live, that tornadoes, that was another factor of this. So you said yesterday you guys were trying to dig a ditch around your house, right, so you can help prevent flooding, but you were outside as things started to happen with tornadoes. Tell us about that as well.
Well, my son and I were looking at the outside off the patio, and it looked like it was starting to collect water towards the foundation, so we were just going to do a V-trench a couple of feet apart just to get the water away from the house. We walked outside. It was just rain and a little bit of wind, and obviously we're not watching the news. My wife yells out, "You guys need to come in," and between coming in and walking in, it went from a little bit of rain and a little bit of wind to it was whipping outside. Yeah. It was whipping. Yeah. And then we learned that Moody River Estates, where we live, it was on the news because they had a touchdown there.
Wow.
Yeah.
But you guys were okay in that.
Okay.
Okay.
And it sounds like power is restored back in our community now, so we're going back to shut the generator off and go back to real power.
Celebrate to power. Now, I saw there were some reports of flooding in your neighborhood too, right?
Yes, there is. There's some flooding, some branches down and things like that.
Yeah. Normal debris from a hurricane.
Yeah.
Nothing new.
Yeah. Well, going into the rest of hurricane season, how are y'all feeling? This was 2 storms back to back for you all. Hoping for a break.
Moving back north.
Yeah?
No, just
okay, I'm like, seriously? Okay. Well, thank you guys. I appreciate y'all for sharing that with everybody, with that perspective.
About our community, so we appreciate it.
That's what we're here for. You guys take care, okay?
Thank you.
Of course.
Have a good day.
You're going to send it back to you guys. And y'all have a good day, too.
It could just show you how impactful this storm was. About an hour and a half south of us, that's where Brandy Campbell is in Bonita Springs, showing you that. We'll continue to check in with you, Brandy. Thank you for that update.
The scary part right now is the fact that this is nocturnal. It's in the middle of the night. Impossible to see any projectiles in the area.
This specific sound, the applause, reminds me of my grandmother because she was always my #1 fan, cheering.
Yeah, Steve, this is the front of the house, all the belongings sitting on the side of the road left over from Helene and then pushed around by some of the surge from Hurricane Milton yesterday, 3 to 4 feet. And by the way, let me just say, I'm very happy to hear, you told me this last night in the middle of the night when we arrived back in Tampa, very happy to hear that your family is okay. Sorry to hear that some of the neighbors are not, but I'm really glad that your brother and his family are all good, Steve. And I just want you to see a little bit of this before we show you something that is quite interesting. But you hear that alarm in the back, right? And that is from the storm last night, some of the water coming in and the wind kicking up. And look at the beautiful sunset beginning here, but amidst all of this water and people's belongings destroyed, and the palm tree sitting on its side with the Gulf of Mexico coming in, and the sounds of the aftermath of a disaster. In the meantime, we went from Tampa into St. Pete today. I wanted to explore some of that damage, and I want you to take a look at what we found. We found a pretty interesting aspect of that roof that came off from the Tropicana field. So I was driving past Tropicana Field in St. Pete's, and that's where the roof got cut off. And I'm going to get out and show you that pop that you heard is the fact that this door got whipped open during the hurricane winds last night. Just not good. But anyway, here's my point in showing you this. Be careful here as I'm walking. First of all, there's Tropicana Field. On the other side and on top, you'll see the roof as I was driving in. Look at that visual. It's amazing. And then this is what I really want to show you here. Here is part of the roof. This material that was ripped off of the Tropicana Field last night. And you see there is a worker in the distance trying to, it looks like, remove it here. Pretty amazing that happened. In there were cots ready for first responders and utility workers. They didn't need it, thankfully, and there was no one in there to get injured, and that is just the best news imaginable, certainly, for sure. As you see, and I just toured St. Pete, that crane collapse, that's all cordoned off. Fire department and officials have that blocked off so no one can get in. Probably smart. It's not structurally good. It's compromised, and they're trying to keep everybody out. But down trees in St. Pete, nonetheless, we are touring this area today and trying to get a feel for exactly what has happened here in the aftermath of Milton. As I leave you with this, more of the debris from the roof here on Tropicana Field. Hi, sir. And there it is, the stadium where the Rays play. Quite the scene here in St. Pete. Yeah, Steve.
You can see, Robert, you're still walking around.
I know. Yeah. Sorry to step on your words there. I wanted to show you the inside of this house with all the sand and the water pushed in. I mean, isn't that just unbelievable? And 3 to 4 feet extra of surge that came in here last night, Steve. So just wanted to give you that visual. And, it's just, I mean, I could tell, last night when I saw you, both of us were, really I kind of feeling not only the physical aspect of it, but the emotional aspect of all this, and especially with this being your home state and your family and everything. I feel for you, and it is not easy, right? I mean, back-to-back hurricanes in this area, it means something. It tugs at you, and I'm just glad everybody in your family is okay.
Yeah, thank you, Robert. I know it's difficult because my family, they've lived here for a very long time, and when you think about tropical systems, you think about that landfall aspect, and when you're on the East Coast, you're not too concerned about potential tornadic conditions, how violent that was, especially when we're looking at that, Robert. That one over there was rated an EF3, so this was a very strong and powerful one. I want to ask you about what you were talking about. You and I, we met last night, and you could just feel the power of this storm for so many hours. What I thought was unique, though, Robert, was the backside of this was almost more potent than the eye wall itself. And you have so much experience in this, and I thought it really kind of stood out to me when you were saying, hey, this is the worst that I've kind of felt throughout this entire season. Can you kind of talk about that, how that there's that uniqueness of each of these storms?
Exactly right. I mean, that backside, where the winds were whipping from the northwest, were just so intense as they were coming in. I mean, that's when we saw those 100-mile-an-hour gusts in places like Bradenton in the area, and even the emergency officials here on the beach that we talked to today said the same thing. They just couldn't believe the force on the backside of that. And what's interesting is the front side, the front load, so to speak, where the eye wall actually.
Power Crunch Protein Crisps. The high protein potato crisp. In a variety of bold flavors to fuel you and your day. Power Crunch Protein Crisps. Protein worth craving.
I thought about that today because, it's very surreal when it happens in real time and your adrenaline is firing and everything's going insane and you don't really think about that. And today I did think about man, I mean, I might be in a hospital right now or even worse, dead. And so I'm counting my blessings. I know this team is for sure with the size of that tree. And that was, those were the weaker winds. Then this storm came inland and that northern stuff came in. And that's when we just got, blown down to our knees when we were standing in downtown Bradenton last night. Unbelievable. What a storm. What a few weeks, and what a season. Steve, I just think back a few weeks ago, maybe a month ago, when people were like, oh, it's a dud. It's the peak of the season. Look at this, the amped up forecast. Everybody's wrong. I mean, we haven't stopped since Alberto in late June. So, I mean, like, yeah, sure, maybe we're not going into the Greek alphabet with the named storms, but the impacts of the storms and the amount of landfalls, remarkable. At least from our perspective out here. And, you know, I hope everyone here can catch a break and catch their breath. And those that lost the lives, loved ones, they can mourn for sure. So it's a tough time, really is.
And it's that unforgiving nature of how quickly this all happens, right? The unpredictable, how violent it is, Robert. To speak candidly with you, I was kind of debriefing, talking with my wife, and Vanessa was saying she couldn't stop watching you and how compelling it was, but also how, terrifying it can be so quickly. It all changes, right? And of course, she worries about me and she worries about our entire team. But of course, this is what's important, sharing what you kind of talked about last night, which I want everybody to hear. We share this because when you get evacuations, especially here, and this is coming from a Floridian through and through, I grew up here, a lot of times you're like, okay, well, we're fine. We've done this before. Each storm is unique. Each one has a violent side to it that it's unpredictable. And why, when you get an evacuation order, you're best getting out. And now people that have seen this, by the way, Robert, where we stand, people did not really get out for Helene. They left Milton this time because what Helene did. So it shows you each storm teaches you a lesson and why you want to be safer the next time around. Robert, we could talk all night, of course, and hopefully we will check back in with each other and continue. But yeah, that's Fox Weather correspondent Robert Ray in Bradenton Beach. Robert, please be safe, and we'll continue to talk, my friend. Let's show you some other parts of Florida. This was a violent and big system that came through, and this was in Palm Beach. I've talked about my family, but it was well beyond that. You'll see other areas. This one rated an EF3. Look, cars completely flipped over. We'll have more on Milton and what everything it did coming up after the break. Stay with us.
America's hospitals go the extra mile to provide quality health care to our patients.
We are committed to putting our patients and their families first.
Providing health care your family can trust.
We're here for the communities we serve 24/7.
No one is turned away or denied the critical care they need.
America's hospitals and health systems are here for you.
Every hour, every day, for everyone.
Learn more about our commitment to patients like you.
Blue Cross and Blue Shield companies are committed to affordable, high-quality healthcare. That's why we're supporting solutions that rein in hospital costs, like the SITE Act and FAIR Act, to make hospital pricing more fair and reasonable. Lower prices mean lower costs for consumers and taxpayers, saving billions of dollars. Let's work together with Congress to pass common sense solutions and make healthcare more affordable. Patients deserve fair hospital billing.
The ground rhythmically and my heart rate increasing,
that's how those sounds definitely awaken that tiger.
Terrifying moments caught on this camera in Fort Myers. You can just tell how strong those winds are. Blinding conditions at times. I mean, when you talk about a major hurricane, it's like a buzzsaw shredding through the palm trees, the Spanish oaks, and at times the yard completely disappearing underwater. This is an example of that right here. And as vicious as those winds are, you think about the amount of rain that fell, up to 20 inches in some area. We're at the official landfall site of where Milton pushed in, Siesta Key. Let's talk more about this lifespan of Milton, right? Remember how quickly this thing went through rapid intensification multiple times. I mean, this thing started here back on October 6th in the southern Gulf, right? And then it kind of goes slowly north of the Yucatan Peninsula. But from this direction, remember, we had never seen anything like this in the last century. And then taking a direct hit into Siesta Key through central Florida. Officially last night at 11:30 p.m., 120 mile per hour winds. And a Category 3, another major hurricane, another hurricane this year in 2024 that went through the Gulf. This one, though, very unique when you're talking about the direction, and that leads to so many different types of impacts. Where do we stand right now? Thankfully, this thing's kicked way out into the Gulf, but we still have that wraparound effect. Onshore flow for the east side of Florida. Even though this thing was moving fast, look at the damage that it created when you're talking about rain. And then this is where we are right now. We are in Beach Haven, one of these beautiful spots. And you'll notice from an aerial view, they took on everything, the water and the wind. Let's bring in Fox News correspondent Rebecca Castor. And Rebecca, you and I, we were talking last night in Tampa. I know you've gotten out today. What have you seen so far?
Hey, Steve. Well, really some of the most shocking damage that we've seen is the baseball stadium here in St. Petersburg, Tropicana Field, home of the Tampa Bay Rays. I'll give you a better look here, have our photographer zoom in. The roof was mostly blown off last night, just showing you how powerful Milton's winds were last night. You and I both felt it as we were doing our live shots. Here in St. Pete, they got wind speeds hitting over 100 miles per hour at the height of the storm. So supposedly we're told that the stadium was built, its roof was supposed to be able to withstand wind speeds that went over 115 miles per hour. Clearly, that was not the case last night. But you know, this stadium, it was also going to be used to house thousands of first responders that were on its way to Florida to help with the response. The good news is we have learned that those teams, they were not inside the stadium when Milton was making landfall last night. They were going to be staying here later throughout the week. So that's good news to report. We don't have any injuries from this shocking scene behind me, Steve.
There's so many of those powerful images, and we're going to continue to show everybody. Fox News correspondent Rebecca Castor, thank you from that report in St. Petersburg. Now we're going to take you just outside where we are. Right? Siesta Key is this barrier island to Sarasota. And look at this damage that they took on. This home got sawed through because of this massive tree. Okay, everybody that doesn't live in Florida, if you think we just got palm trees, that's not the case. We have these massive trees, and sometimes they can collapse, and those can be the most damaging and deadly. The owners evacuated, thankfully, to Miami ahead of Milton, but they asked a friend to check in on it after the storm. And that friend is actually going to join us right now. That's Nadia Check-in-Sedlak, who joins me from Sarasota. And Nadia, that's a tough task, right? They say, hey, can you go check on our home? And when you get there, you're like, whew, man, how do I explain this? What was that like when you arrived and you saw that damage?
You know,
Thanks for having me, Steve, and thank you to our first responders for helping us get our power back on so quickly. You know, we only were without it for 24 hours, thankfully, but I know a lot of people are still without it. When we first showed up from the front, it didn't look so bad, but when you walked around the back of the property, you could really see the significant structural damage that that tree had caused. And our first thought was just relief that our friends weren't there and nobody was inside, but also just a little bit of concern about how much destruction this storm caused, not just here, but across the city.
Yeah, Sarasota, we were driving through today, Nadia, to get into Siesta Key, and it was tough. Every kind of turn you took, you saw a lot of those Spanish oaks. They were collapsing their trees, a lot of homes taking some big impacts, but it speaks to what you were talking about. The amazing first responders, those brave men and women that get out there real quickly and they start restoring that power. I want to ask you, though, I mean, you took on this event. What was that like going?
Rather than scaring me like it does a lot of people, it actually gave me a charge of energy that gave me the strength and the courage to actually face everything that might be frightening in my life.
Yeah, it happened very quickly, but it also lasted a while, and it was late throughout the night, you know, so we stayed up all night. So it's been a late night.
Yeah, a late night. We appreciate your time. I know it's been a lot. It's exhausting, especially when you're trying to pass along that news to your friends and you're trying to stay safe. You're checking in on your community. Thank you for checking in with us and sharing your story to everybody here on Fox Weather. Nadia Chekin-Sedlak, thank you. We're going to show you the other side of this storm, which was the violent and historic tornadic threat. This is Clewiston, Florida, and Andytown, Florida. We have two different types of tornado. One's a wedge tornado, very powerful. Another one's that water spout. It's kind of like a stove type. Many of those moved on shore. We're going to talk more about that tornado outbreak on the other side of the break. Stay with us.
This is the worst that it's been.
Oh my God.
Massive gust right now. This is the kind of wind that'll bring you to your knees.
At this point, the wind is pulling this right in my face. It feels like little pins and needles.
No doubt, this is the worst conditions we have experienced this hurricane season. Tornado came ripping through here. This is a devastating tornado. It took out that 10,000 square foot red iron building. Are you okay? You know anybody that's not okay that we need to know? Good.
What we are asking you now is please, please stay inside. We can get out there, assess the damage, and make sure that it's safe for you to go back out into your community.
America's hospitals go the extra mile to provide quality health care to our patients.
We are committed to putting our patients and their families first.
Providing health care your family can trust.
We're here for the communities we serve 24/7.
No one is turned away or denied the critical care they need.
America's hospitals and health systems are here for you.
Every hour, every day, for everyone.
Learn more about our commitment to patients like you.
before this happened like instantaneously. Like these windows blew out. I was about probably right here when it happened. My cat over there on the desk. I grabbed the 2 dogs and like run under my bed. But that was it. Probably 1 minute total. Probably less.
So powerful, so fast, all unfolding in Fort Myers. They took tornadic conditions. Is these buildings that sadly during that event caught fire, and then the wind really accelerated that, and we have 3 different buildings that caught fire. We have somebody who we talked to earlier in the day, and he was watching this all unfold way down there in a safe place. He was worried that because of the intensity of that wind, it could keep jumping from building to building. By the way, on TV, you can't smell it. You can hear me, you can see me. Sometimes you probably wish you couldn't see me, but this right now, you can still see the embers, and you can smell this, right? This started burning midnight last night. We are 18 hours removed from this, still smoldering. Shows you just how recent all of this is, right? And why you're going to keep hearing some of the stories, some of the visuals, and we'll share that with you here on Fox Weather. Let's just show you the numbers of what Milton did. Sadly, 10 deaths confirmed out of this. Millions still without power. Milton also spawned this rare tornadic outbreak. Record set at the National Weather Service in Miami, National Weather Service in Tampa. And then in Hillsborough County, they had over 700 water rescues, and we still have water rescues. By the way, where we're at in Siesta Key, there's some of these channels that are still completely flooded. There's still some roads that are inaccessible. So you're talking about residents who are trying to get back home, wondering what's left after Helene and Milton, and sadly, there's not much left for many of these spots.
Got a strong gust coming through. You can see the waves just starting to come on to land at this point. And so this is consistent. Right now we're standing in the streets of downtown Fort Myers. Ooh, there's a really bright power flash down the street.
So many different factors of Milton playing out in Southwest Florida. That was in Fort Myers, where we had Fox Weather correspondent Brandy Campbell. We were talking throughout the day and then into the deep of the night. You're talking about that high tide that came in. Brandy's now in Bonita Springs, and it's one thing when you're in the high tide, Brandy, with all that water, then you see it retreat, and you're left with those massive kind of sand dunes that you have there.
Yeah, that's right. So that's what people were met with, or really I should say the local officials, police department, those first coming out to respond to the aftermath. So yeah, the water all gone, but what you do see in front of me is a bunch of sand and seashells all combined together from the beach. As you can see, I'm standing on the road though. They've been working to clear this all day. So you have this clear path going down Bonita Springs along the beach. People having to walk in or take bicycles. If we can see far down, I can see some people coming towards us down this basically tunnel of sand. So they're gonna have to keep working to do that. The trucks just cleared from this area for the day, so I assume they'll come back because I haven't seen them open it to traffic because some areas are still pretty narrow. But again, this all due to that storm surge bringing that sand inland for a second time in less than about 2 weeks, because the same thing happened with Hurricane Helene, but the tide or the surge was a little bit higher for Hurricane Milton. Now I want to give you all some perspective on how high the sand is. I'm gonna hop over and I want to show you guys as we walk towards the beach over here. And this kind of gives a perspective of what some of the homes are also dealing with. This is a mailbox. Mailboxes are not normally this low. And so this just shows you how high this sand is compacted here because of that storm surge. So this is up to my knee right now. So just an idea, that's several feet of sand that's compacted, and you're seeing the same thing up against some of the homes. Now earlier we met with some residents, speaking with them, learning how this has impacted them. I spoke to two women. Let's take a listen to what they said.
Where we sleep is above the water line. Neither one of us have gotten water where we sleep. Down below, it's a carport. It's going to become a carport as the years go by. But it was the first time, Ian was the first time we took water in our lower levels. Now it's a regular occurrence. We're good.
We're good.
We leave. We never stay, and anyone that leaves their car on the island is a little bit nutty.
All right, so it sounds like they've learned a lot along the way with these repetitious storms, just causing them to get used to this, unfortunately, Steve.
Yeah, it's just you never get a break, right, Brandy? And it's so difficult to kind of recover or even catch your breath when that happens. Fox weather correspondent Brandy Campbell in Bonita Springs, thank you for that update. Now let's bring in another member. You hear him all the time, and he's a friend of the show. We got Fox 9 chief meteorologist Ian Leonard. And Ian, I can't imagine, your daughter actually lives in Tampa, and we were talking about that storm surge. I mean, for Tampa, this could be historic, and as a father, that's got to be alarming for you.
It was. I mean, and Steve, by the way, unbelievable job last night. I had landfall in downtown Tampa, and of course, with a daughter who lives in Tampa, glued to the action. Here's the thing, though. We talked an awful lot about storm surge and how that would pound possibly the bay and really rise. I think in some ways, and here's the thing, it needs to be said, there's a very thin line between.
Rather than scaring me like it does a lot of people, it actually gave me a charge of energy that gave me the strength and the courage to actually face everything that might be frightening in my life.
Hampton Sydney guys earn more, period.
Right now, you're looking at the map, and we're pretty much even. When you really think about it, a foot down, but pretty much even. Here's the story, though. Why did Tampa miss out on the storm surge? Okay, so you look, here's the line of Milton coming through. And as you work your way through the entire storm setup, it was going to be a razor's edge where the storm came on shore. And here is the center. So you pick up Milton coming ashore near Sarasota, Siesta Key, where Steve Bender is right now. Notice the flow. The flow is all going offshore. An offshore wind is going to negate your storm surge. So everything is draining all the way out of the bay. At times, as low as 6 feet below. There's a part of Bayshore Boulevard and Bayshore Drive where you could actually hop over and walk in the bay. On sand, no water. Now, where did that water go? Well, it goes onto the other side of Milton. And you look at the Fort Myers gauge and the Naples gauge, 5 to 6 feet. I have friends with homes in Estero, and they were watching these gauges because it was the onshore flow during Ian that brought the record nasty storm surge in that part of Florida. So, you put it all together. The surge missed Tampa and St. Petersburg. They got the wind. Now the surge is all the way down toward Fort Myers, Estero. And it was one of those storms that just wasn't about the hurricane. So I bring in Kiana Lewis. And Kiana, this was a storm that started with tornadoes.
Absolutely, and that was really the leading edge of things.
Right, and not just a couple of tornadoes. And we expect that with a landfalling hurricane. A record number of tornado warnings.
Absolutely. Most of the state of Florida actually look covered in tornado warnings when you look at it. Behind me, we have all of those tornado warnings from the start of Milton through the end of it. 126 warnings were issued during the time frame between October 9th through today. And again, most of these happened in the earlier stages of the landfalling hurricane. Again, 295 reports, but about 48 of them were tornado reports. And there's some interesting reports that are coming in or have been coming in over the last couple of hours. A train spotter saw a tornado in one area south of Port St. Lucie. Another area had damage to the homes and trees. This is what I find interesting. Closer to the northern side of Port St. Lucie, a couple of trees torn down at one point. Cars were toppled over. Roofs were damaged too. So certainly saw the brunt of those tornadoes as they moved across. For an area like Miami, they had a significant amount of warnings, actually the most that they've ever issued in a day. And we'll talk about that number in a second. Here's a look at the state. So even for the state, this was a historical take on things. We had about 126, as I mentioned, statewide, and it breaks that previous record of just 69 back in 2017, and that was from Irma. So we had 69 warnings then, and at that point, that was a big deal. Well, we're nearly more than double that at this point in time. And we look at other areas like Tampa. We just talked about the storm surge there, but we top the list here with the amount of warnings that were issued, 29 for Tampa. We look at an area like Miami. This is what I was talking about, the most in one day for Miami, 55 for the start of Milton as it made its landfall through the course of yesterday. I mean, Ian, this was a big deal, and I think it took a lot of people by surprise. I mean, like you said, we usually do see these warnings come through, but at this extent, an area like Miami with 55 topping their list at this point, and it's hurricane based.
Deadly tornadoes, as we're expecting Milton's landfall.
Exactly.
I think a lot of people were almost looking at the screen like, I can't believe what
Couldn't
I'm seeing.
imagine.
Yeah.
Couldn't imagine. And I want to talk to Steve because, Steve, of course, we are glad that your family's okay, but unfortunately, your family became victim to one of these tornadoes during the time frame yesterday as well.
Yeah, very scary, Kiana and Ian, because when you think about it, it was early on in the event. So those that were in Fort Myers, they got hit, and then they were exposed to the rest of that storm. For my family, they were on the East Coast. They're out by West Palm Beach. It's Wellington. It's just a little further west there. That tornado was rated as an EF3. Wow. And my brother said that they've walked around the neighborhood today a little bit more, checking in on each other. And he said, I truly didn't understand how much damage there was until I got out today. Yesterday, it was all adrenaline. And so it just shows you that these hurricanes are way more than just the category we give them, right? We always say that. But, I mean, for all of us here that we're talking, like, you think about how small of an area. Remember Beryl? Beryl had a historic number of how many, but that traversed all the way through the Southern Plains, the Midwest, Ohio Valley region, Northeast. This went over one state, a small peninsula, and it had that many tornadoes. It's incredible.
It's something else. And when you put this together, Steve, you mentioned it, Saffir-Simpson wind scale. We attach the categories in the wind, but all of these storms are so much bigger than that. The storm surge, the straight line wind event almost, as that wind just came flying right through St. Petersburg and where you were in Tampa last night. It's way more than just a category and a wind number.
Really why I think the NHC, they try to talk to expanding outside the cone with their warnings. We'll have more on that. We have to show you what happened in St. Petersburg. Remember, this is actually right where Ian was talking about. That wind.
We are committed to putting our patients and their families first.
Providing healthcare your family can trust.
We're here for the communities we serve 24/7.
No one is turned away or denied the critical care they need.
America's hospitals and health systems are here for you.
Every hour, every day, for everyone.
Learn more about our commitment to patients like you.
ski. It's sustained about 40 miles an hour tropical storm force. And you can see how it's blowing the rain horizontally.
Was Fox Weather Storm Specialist Mike Seidel. He was at Madeira Beach, and he was talking about the wind, the intensity of that, the debris that was already there left over by Helene, and then throughout the night, one of those buildings actually caught on fire. Now, we're in Siesta Key, where it made official landfall. We have some more buildings that actually caught on fire too, and this was another kind of hazard that's at play. So we were talking with the property manager here, Michael, and you'll hear from him in a little bit, but I was asking him because he stayed. He was the only one. Everybody else evacuated. He felt, I needed to protect this property. I need to make sure that I'm around. He was way down the way, protected. But he said at midnight, he saw this flame burst. And one of these caught fire, and then the wind was so strong on the backside of this. Remember, we've been talking about that, and it spread so quickly. So in total, there was 3 homes and the clubhouse that was completely burnt to the ground. But if we zoomed in on that spot, Frank doing a great job, he's zeroed in, you're still seeing that smoke that's coming out of that. There's still this smell in the air. It's almost like we're in a campfire right now, for a lack of a better way of describing this. But it just shows you that even this far after the event, we have so much of this damage and smell. It just shows you the recency. I'll tell you, something that's eerie is as I was kind of driving down Siesta Key, we're kind of checking in on the locals, seeing what happened. I was looking at the different officials that were coming out, and I saw the bomb squad that was here. That's another factor in all of this. What is flammable? What's explosive? We'll get into all that. I do want to bring in Fox News multimedia reporter, that's Chelsea Torres. She's in Tampa, and I'll tell you what, Chelsea, I was there last night taking on the full fury, and I know they got hit hard. What have you seen so far throughout the day?
Yeah, Steve, well, I mean, you can tell just people that have been wanting to come and check out their homes today. A lot of people have been out trying to get home. But one thing is, if you're trying to get to your apartment complex over in this area, which I'm over by the University of South Florida, you're going to see that you're going to be stopped by this road that is completely flooded. Even in the distance, you can see some cars that are partially flooded. Or the entire time we've been here, Steve, people have been walking through trying to get to their apartment or get to their home and grabbing as many belongings.
For the facts. Susie here is shopping for a used car, but she doesn't know that nearly half of them have been in an accident.
Interesting.
But Carfax.com shows how accidents impact price, so you don't have to overpay. Unpause. Shop the all-new Carfax.com.
Only that, but the sheriff also said this area is actually typically dry, and so he said it was extraordinary that these spots are flooding as much as they are. Throughout the entire state, though, there's been over 300 rescues, and we do know that a lot of people are still without power. Over 3 million people. Even one community, I was able to talk to some people, and they said because we're in a mobile home, we had to leave, and not only that, but they also did not have any drinking water. A lot of their homes were destroyed, roofs completely torn off. But again, at least in this area of Tampa, this is what people are having to deal with, and a lot of people are walking through it, whether it's with a kayak or they're wading through with a paddleboard and a kayak, or they're actually walking through barefoot. I mean, this is what people are having to deal with, and we do know, Steve, that there's still 80,000 people that are in shelters right now throughout the state of Florida, and many of them are still waiting to get back home and see what that damage is done. Steve?
It just shows you how impactful this storm was. Chelsea, an important update. Thank you. This is Fox News multimedia reporter Chelsea Torres with that update. But it wasn't just the Gulf side. Remember, we talked about the east coast of Florida facing so many of those impacts. And let's get in with Fox weather meteorologist Michael Estime. He was at Jacksonville Beach looking at the damage there.
I'm Fox Weather meteorologist Michael Estime with you in Jacksonville Beach, Florida, where although we didn't see direct impacts from our storm, we certainly have felt indirect impacts, and those impacts still being felt with wind gusts this morning over 60 miles per hour. It's one of the reasons why the Jacksonville Beach pier that we're on is closed, and it'll be closed through the day today, and for good reason. We're talking Again, 60-mile-per-hour winds, but still through the course of the morning and now into the afternoon, those winds gusting at times close to 50 miles per hour. So that pier at the very end, it's about 1,300 feet. That's the last place that you want to be rocking and rolling in these kind of winds. Still, several power outages. Be patient, just given the fact that it's going to take power crews some time, and they of course don't want to elevate those buckets into the air when we're talking about winds like this. So it may be a day or so, so we've got to be patient here in parts of Duval County on that. Thank goodness the storm surge, yes, you can see behind me the ocean looks like a washing machine right now, but the storm surge should be at bay. We haven't really seen a ton of that, which is good news. But with that being said, right along the St. Johns River, given the fact that St. Augustine saw tons and tons of rain, that rain is going to flow into the river, elevate the water levels. So watch out for a little bit of flooding around the St. John River if you plan on being out and about. Last but not least, I'll flip the camera around for you and show you the sand out here. Look at these giant little sand mounds that we've seen. This being swept in and kind of over this little boardwalk because of the extent of the wind. The wind is going to be a concern through the afternoon and through the evening, so just make sure that if you plan on being out and about, you're taking it slow, you're taking it safe, and you're taking it easy. In Jacksonville Beach, I'm Michael Estime, Fox Weather.
Michael, thank you for that update. Let's talk about what we're seeing here on the other side. We're in Siesta Key, Barrier Island outside of Sarasota. Took the landfall from Milton late last night. 24 hours removed from that, and you're still looking at where many haven't even gotten a chance to see what remains of their home. Sadly, 3 of them have completely burned down. But even beyond that, you'll notice that many of these are boarded up. I talked with the property manager here, Michael. You'll hear from him. This was a 1-2 punch. So when Helene came in, about a week and a half before this, they took a major surge. And he had said that went all the way up to the main road. And so many that were here had to be rescued. He came out himself, and he said, I got up to about chest-high water at times to save 2 different groups of people during that event. So then we get Milton that rolls around, right? And everybody hears about the forecast, and they say, you know what, I'm not going through this again. I'm getting out of here. So everybody evacuated except for Michael. He stayed because he wanted to make sure that the property was secured. He did go to a high-rise on the other side. He was fine, but he said, you know what was different? Was everybody was talking about storm surge for Milton. But this one was definitely a wind event for them here. The reason why they took that eye wall, and you'll see what the damage the wind can do. This is St. Petersburg, just to the north of us. And you can see how violent that was. The sparks, the surges. We'll have more on Milton after the break. Stay with us.
But folks definitely frustrated with what's going on.
I don't know how to gauge how strong of a tornado is, but I can tell you this. It lifted vehicles up and flipped them upside down. It's lifted the modular homes off of their foundation. And, I mean, they don't even look like homes anymore. They're mangled.
One side of the church, the roof is still on. The other side, it's completely missing. And as I'm speaking, we have more emergency alerts sounding on our phones.
All this happened like instantaneous. Probably 1 minute total. Probably less.
The sound of the wind, my breathing, my feet hitting the ground rhythmically, and my heart rate increasing. That's how those sounds definitely awaken that tiger.
I'm Ray Sparks. You did our gutters last year. Yes, sir, of course. I love you, man. You make me feel so free.
To schedule your free inspection, call 833-LEAF-FILTER today or visit leaffilter.com.
And this is showing you the power of Milton, this massive storm that came through, and it was vicious what it did throughout St. Petersburg and truly all of Florida. We're talking about, yes, the major hurricane category 3, 120 mile per hour winds, but then we had rain up to 20 inches and storm surge that was very impactful in southwest Florida. Where did Milton make landfall? Where we stand tonight. Welcome into Fox Weather Live. I'm meteorologist Steve Bennett. We're on Siesta Key. It's a barrier island to Sarasota. What you're looking behind me is sadly the damage left behind with Milton. You're seeing kind of this burnt out building. There's actually 3 in total. When I step to the side, you'll see 3 of these buildings along with the clubhouse. This fire started raging around midnight after Milton had pushed through, but the backside winds expanding those flames and allowing them to advance to new structures. The property manager here watched it from a very far distance away safely. He was worried this entire place could get burnt down. Now, sadly, we're getting you new information throughout this event, right? We're trying to get you the stories. We're trying to get you those numbers. But you'll notice this sad update, 17 deaths now out of Florida with this event. Many of those coming from St. Lucie County. That's on the eastern side of Florida, outside of course, Port St. Lucie, Vero Beach, those areas. Millions still without power. It's that tornadic outbreak that was historic and so violent. And water rescues, I mean, you're looking at this video from Tampa right here. That shows you the depth of the water, but there was hundreds of water rescues, some of those still ongoing. Let's bring you to the sights and the sounds of Milton, though, during its fury and its aftermath. We're showing you this from Tampa. You have a truck going through, but then we go to Madeira Beach, and we're talking about homes here that were on fire in Siesta Key. Sadly, Madeira Beach, similar. This is where we had Fox Weather Storm Specialist Mike Seidel. He talked with these homeowners. They had gotten through Helene. There was that storm surge threat. They got all the way through most of what we had seen with Milton, and then late into the night, this happened. The flames started. You hear that wind, and it starts just to accelerate that. Now, that wind was very strong, and it got into St. Petersburg. This is Tropicana, and the roof was shredded. By the way, that's a very expensive and fancy polymer that they made it out of. Why do I bring that up? Because they had been told this could withstand 115 mile per hour winds. Our nearest weather station there reported 102 mile per hour winds. So it didn't meet that threshold, but either way, it shredded this area. Look at the outfield.
Pause for the facts. Classic first-timers. They don't know that nearly half of all used cars have been in an accident. But Carfax shows how accidents impact price, so they don't have to overpay. Unpause.
Ooh, one with no accidents.
Shop the all-new Carfax.com.
Close to home. What you're looking at right now is video from my brother. This is my childhood home in Wellington, Florida. You're looking at the damage there. They are fine. My brother, my sister-in-law, my nieces and nephews. But you didn't hear all of that, though, through our neighborhood and the neighborhood nearby. There was cars that were flipped over, and sadly, people were inside their cars, and they did not make it. So we'll continue to pass you along those updates. Let's talk about what happened on the Gulf side. Take a listen to this.
We got a strong gust coming through. You can see the waves just starting to come on to land at this point. And so this is consistent. Right now we're standing in the streets of downtown Fort Myers. Ooh, there's a really bright power flash down the street.
And so you're hearing Brandy Campbell there. She was in Fort Myers yesterday taking on the storm surge, and then we look at what it was today and what it left behind. So let's bring in Fox News correspondent Brandy Campbell. She's in Bonita Springs, and Brandy, it's always surprising the day after. The water's gone, but then you see all the debris and everything it carried with it.
Yeah, that's right, Steve. The storm pretty much making its mark on this area. So I think when people think back to this storm, if you're here in Bonita Springs, this is what you're going to think about. The piles of sand that's not just covering the roads, but now been cleaned up from crews, but it's piles of sand, several feet for some residents, inside of their homes, inside of their garages. A lot of these homes, very large, made to withstand these storms, so they're elevated too, but they're lower levels having to deal with that storm surge and the sand, and in some places a little bit of mud, sand mixture that's left behind. So again, thankfully they started that cleanup process. We've seen those crews clear out of here, but also residents, contractors leaving because they're we were told people were having to leave at 7 p.m. So it's starting to kind of become a little bit of a ghost town. There's one vehicle coming towards us. I think that might be from the sheriff's office here in this area. So we're kind of the only ones out here. That's to be expected in the aftermath of these storms as they rope off places and keep an eye on them to make sure there's no looting and such. But we did get a chance to speak to some residents who came back to check on their property, so many of them walking in because this area wasn't open to people needing to drive through. So I spoke to Miss Kathy, asking her about how they were impacted from Milton. Let's take a listen.
Where we sleep is above the water line. Neither one of us have gotten water where we sleep. Down below, it's a carport. It's going to become a carport as the years go by. But it was the first time, Ian was the first time we took water in our lower levels. Now it's a regular occurrence. We're good.
We're good.
We leave. We never stay. And anyone that leaves their car on the island is a little bit nutty.
All right, showing they're just learning lessons after these storms and what to do and what not to do. So right now, though, just to give you guys some more perspective on the buildup of sand from that storm surge, you're looking at this white mailbox, and I think that's an obvious picture of how much sand has been displaced from the beach onto these properties and then what was on the road as well. That sand more than halfway, or mailbox more than halfway under deep in sand. So just one jarring image of perspective of how much people are going to have to dig out from this event. Again, there's no home there, property there, but think about these homes back here. Some of them, they do have just that much to clean up here, unfortunately. Now, outside of that, Steve, we have the power outages that people are still having to deal with. The sun just setting in the moments right before you came live to us. So just over 200,000 customers here in Lee County without power, and across the state, it's just under 3 million customers. So that's not going to be a favorable situation for people, but we do know the power companies, they are working to get the lights back on for many people. I can hear generators off in the distance as well. So not favorable. The shelters, some of them, they may still have people there if they need it. Earlier they said the shelters went from, I believe it was over 8,000, close to 9,000 people that stayed in shelters here in Lee County to about 600 or so this morning, because so many people obviously going home, thankfully, because things were not as bad as they anticipated. I think that is the good news out of here. And of course, we do know some people were really feeling the brunt of this storm from some flooding and even that tornado damage that you were talking about, Steve. Back to you.
Yeah, Brandon, there's so many different impacts from this event. You were talking about power, and here on Siesta Key, they don't have power. We actually have some residents and locals that are coming in trying to charge because we're the only power bank for them. Also, the connection. Many haven't been able to communicate with each other because they haven't had a chance to get cell service again. So many are still left wondering, what does my house look like? Is, my family and friends around me, are they okay? Kind of checking in. It's still that very early phase of all of this. Brady Campbell in Bonita Springs, about an hour and a half south. We, by the way, are in...
This specific sound, the applause, reminds me of my grandmother because she was always my #1 fan cheering.
And leave this type of mark left behind. I actually talked with the property manager here, Michael, and I asked him about it because he actually stayed for this event. Take a listen to what Michael had to say.
This is definitely the worst storm that we've ever seen. This is definitely a once-in-a-lifetime storm. A lot of the people that live here and have lived here for way, way longer than I have, 30, 40, even 50 plus years, have never seen a storm surge up as high as Helene, and then to get hit with a windstorm right after that, that just did catastrophic damage, like Milton. It's unseen. It's something that we've never seen before and hopefully never want to see again.
You hear Michael talk about that, right? Where it's unseen, it's unprecedented. I mean, there's so many people that have lived here for decades, if generations, right? Because this is a beautiful spot. You'll have storms that are off in the distance, but there was a storm right before this. Remember Helene? And that created a major surge problem for this area, but it also taught a lesson. And while many evacuated, let's take a listen to what Michael had to say about that.
Many more people evacuated this time, and also the one good thing is all the furniture and people's stuff is all moved out after Helene, so we didn't have as much of the material damage all down the roadway and everything, although there is still quite a bit. The most catastrophic thing, like I said, it was this fire, and other than that, it's definitely a 1-2 punch, like you said. I mean, we just got hit with Helene and now the windstorm, and it just takes the cake on all of it. I again hope this is the worst storm that we ever see again in our lifetimes.
And so Michael, he actually stepped up as being the property manager right now. So he's tasked with kind of writing all the notes and doing all this, surveying what happened and passing along to so many of those residents what their property looks like. When we first met him, he was writing in his notebook, and I said, hey man, I'd like to talk to you. And we got to sharing, and he's like, I haven't got to say anything to anybody because I've been cut off. And so he got to attach to our Starlink how we're able to talk to you tonight. So it just shows you how difficult this is in the immediacy after a violent storm like Milton. We're going to talk more about what's happening here in Siesta Key, but all across Florida. Right, this was such a dangerous system. This is Palm Beach, Florida, where they had violent tornadoes rip through, an EF3 confirmed in Palm Beach Gardens. You notice a car completely flipped upside down, multiple homes ripped with those roofs ripped off as well. We'll have more on that tornadic element of this after the break. Stay with us.
Pause for the facts. Classic first-timers. They don't know that nearly half of all used cars have been in an accident. But Carfax shows how accidents impact price, so they don't have to overpay. Unpause.
Ooh, one with no accidents.
Shop the all-new Carfax.com. Pause for the facts. Classic first-timers. They don't know that nearly half of all used cars, half of them, have been in an accident.
Interesting.
But Carfax.com shows how accidents impact price, so you don't have to overpay. Unpause. Shop the all-new Carfax.com.
And so you're just hearing and witnessing a first-hand account of the violence of Milton. I mean, this is a camera attached to a home there, security camera at Fort Myers. I mean, a lot of people are going to talk about, hey, leading up to this event, I thought we were all focused in on the storm surge. Storm surge didn't happen. We've talked with Brady Campbell. We've shown you those videos. The storm surge was devastating, but did you see how violent that wind was? And it just ripped through that natural vegetation. I mean, the palm trees here have survived so many different storms, and they bent under the weight of Milton. It just shows you how each one of these storms, it creates a different type of impact. And let's talk about the stats, right? Where we are tonight, coming to you for Fox Weather Live, we're at Siesta Key. That is the official landfall site of Milton, Category 3, 8:30 p.m. last night on Wednesday, October 9th, and it had 120-mile-per-hour winds. This, though, is more than just a major hurricane. It was interacting with a frontal boundary at the surface and the upper level jet. Why is that so important? Because that frontal boundary creates that instability, that lifting mechanism, makes the northern side of this thing so robust and prolific when you're talking about the rain totals. Why we had certain areas that got to 20 inches of rain. What does the upper level jet do? Well, that actually enhances that wind gust. Why, when you are listening to Robert Ray and I talking earlier, why we had wind gusts in St. Petersburg at 102. Why last night, when after this made landfall, 3 hours later, I was still dealing with pounding winds in Tampa. There's so many factors that happen with it. Look at the top wind reports out of this. Venice, that's southwest Florida, right? Just outside of Sarasota, a little further south, 107 miles per hour. Egmont Channel, 105. That's along that Skyway, Causeway area, the bridge, Sunshine Skyway. It just shows you how devastating when you layer all of those factors together. Here's where we are at Siesta Key. We're in Beach Haven, and this is an aerial view. So we're showing you one vantage point where there was a fire and it burnt all of these buildings. Then we show you from a drone that this is more than just these buildings being burnt. The driveways are completely left with all of this debris. You're seeing the flooding that was widespread. Again, Milton was so powerful. Now, Siesta Key is a barrier island to Sarasota. That's where we're going to take you now, where you're seeing this tree damage. I mean, a massive tree. Think about how many storms this tree must have withstood before it collapsed on this home. We actually talked to a friend of the resident that was tasked with going to check in on this home. That was Nadia Chekin-Sedlak, and she joined us earlier to describe what this was like. And Nadia, that's a tough task, right? They say, hey, can you go check on our home? And when you get there, you're like, whew, man, how do I explain this? What was that like when you arrived and you saw that damage?
You know, thanks for having me, Steve, and thank you to our first responders for helping us get our power back on so quickly. You know, we only were without it for 24 hours, thankfully, but I know a lot of people are still without it. When we first showed up, from the front, it didn't look so bad, but when you walked around the back of the property, you could really see the significant structural damage that that tree had caused. And our first thought was just relief that our friends weren't there and nobody was inside, but also just a little bit of concern about how much destruction this storm caused, not just here, but across the city.
Yeah, Sarasota, we were driving through today, Nadia, to get into Siesta Key, and it was tough. Every kind of turn you took, you saw a lot of those Spanish oaks. They were collapsing their trees, a lot of homes taking some big impacts, but it speaks to what you were talking about. The amazing first responders, those brave men and women that get out there real quickly and they start restoring that power. I want to ask you, though, I mean, you took on this event. What was that like going through Milton last night?
It was intense. Yeah, we did decide to brave it out, but we boarded up all the windows and we helped our neighbors with that as well. And, you know, we monitored the situation and stayed in the safest room in the house and just played it by ear.
Very safe and smart. Nadia, real quickly, I just want to ask you, being a Floridian, this seemed kind of like a different storm because just the angle that it was coming in at?
Yeah, it happened very quickly, but it also lasted a while, and it was late throughout the night, so we stayed up all night. So it's been a late night.
Yeah, a late night. We appreciate your time. I know it's been a lot. It's exhausting, especially when you're trying to pass along that news to your friends and you're trying to stay safe. You're checking in on your community. Thank you for checking in with us and sharing your story. And so let's talk about where we stand here in Siesta Key. Still very active here, residents coming in. And I was actually talking with two residents here. She was saying that she actually lives here full time, been here for 27 years. And, she's just witnessing her home, and it's emotional, right? It's difficult. Now we actually just had a contractor that came up with surveying this light pole because we have a bucket crew here. Remember, we're talking about power. Together, and they're trying to get power back on as quickly as possible. How we were able to talk with one of the residents here, she came up and she said, hey, please, do you have power? I need to charge my phone. She's been charging her phone with us for the last 30 minutes, but we're scanning these power lines. I mean, imagine how difficult that would be to try to restore power when you're looking at this light pole, and likely that took some effect to the fire. I mean, I'm thinking about 10 to 12 feet up, you're starting to see the flames that kind of melted the side of the light pole. Those are made out of wood, so I'm really thankful that this entire thing didn't catch fire. But obviously, when you look at the damage here, that is what is so catastrophic in this. On the other side of this, there's another kind of bay of all of these homes. Those are filled with debris and flooding. Siesta Key took the full fury of Milton. And you're talking about that storm surge that came in, the wind damage, and the amount of rain that's all coming in. And we showed you not too long ago, we have the beach clubhouse here on the side. The sun has now set, but I mean, I would reckon we're about 100 yards from the Gulf. You could put your feet in the water there. That's why so many love this spot. And when I was talking with Michael, the property manager here, he was saying, people are going to want to build back real quick. They're going to want to come back to this because they've seen storms, but none of them come in as a direct hit. Remember, that's what made this so unique, was the movement coming in. Now, they did get flooding from Helene, and so many are suffering that type of damage, and then this came in as a wind event. Let's now take you on the other side, off the barrier islands, back into the mainland, and go into Fox News correspondent Rebecca Castor. Rebecca, you're at the Trop, and this went viral last night. Just shows you the intensity of the wind.
Yeah, Steve, this really paints the picture for just how powerful Hurricane Milton was last night. I'll have our photographer zoom in to give you guys another look. I mean, it's just stunning. We've had people come by all day today as we've been out here to take their pictures because, this is something you don't see every day. During the height of the storm, the wind, it blew off the roof. Most of it is gone. We had wind speeds here in St. Pete over 100 miles per hour last night at the height of the storm. So we're told that the roof was built to withstand hurricane winds at 115 miles per hour. That was clearly not the case last night. But, this stadium, it was going to be used to house thousands of first responders that were going to be coming to the area to help with the response. That's obviously no longer going to be the plan here. Now, there was some concern that these teams were staying in the field, staying in the stadium when Milton was making landfall. So we can clear that up. Those teams, they were not here they were not riding out.
kings have risen to power, but the throne remains.
To a foolish man, death.
Look, he
Oh.
Streamers are getting permabanned left, right, and center. But one.
Dead heat. A new poll.
The freedom to be.